done. Thank you. Whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions when I needed help. Make myself a man. No man is his own keeper. Slowly I close my eyes to sleep. Zion belongs to me. When I needed help.
Lion of Judah.
Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
Psalm 81.
מזמור פ.א. למנצח על הגיתית לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. Their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat. With honey out of the rock should I have satisfied.
Lion of Judah Society.
מזמור פ.א. למנצח על הגיתית לאסף. הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב. שאו זמרה ותנו תוף, כינור נעים עם נבל. תקעו בחודש שופר, בכסה ליום חגנו. כי חוק לישראל הוא, משפט לאלוהי יעקב. עדות בהוסף שמו, בצאתו על ארץ מצרים, שפת לא ידעתי אשמע. הסירותי מסבל שכמו, כפיו מדוד תעבורנה. בצרה קראת ואכל לצקה, אענך בסתר רעם, אבחונך על מי מריבה סלע. שמע עמי ואעידה בך, ישראל אם תשמע לי, לא יהיה בך אל זר, ולא תשתחווה לאל נחר. אנוכי אדוני אלוהיך, המעלך מארץ מצרים, הרחב פיך ואמלאהו. ולא שמע עמי לקולי, וישראל לא אבה לי. ואשלחהו בשרירות ליבם, ילכו במועצותיהם. לו עמי שומע לי, ישראל בדרכי יהלכו, כמעט אויביהם אכניע, ועל צריהם אשיב ידי. משנאי אדוני יכחשו לו, ויהי עיתם לעולם. ויאכילהו מחלב חיטה, ומצור דבש אשביעקה.
Bukaya Hamishi. It is the 5th day of the week, and we do have a Tehillim that is recited in the 5th day of the week, found in chapter 81, and again it will be recited also in Hebrew. Let's begin. Lamnazecha al Hagetit La'asaf Haninu Lelohim Uze Havu Lelohe Yaakov Su Zenwa Ujnetot Tino Naim Elnaver Tiku Vachoresh Shofar Bakese Rayom Chage Ki Choch La Yisrael Hu Mishpot Lelohe Yaakov Edut Bihosef Sam Bezit Alriet Mizraim Sofat Lo Yadati Eshma Hasiroti Misaver Shikim Kape Midu Tavona Batzara Karata Vahaze In Basita Raam Echam Alme Umiva Sela Shema Ame Ve'eda Ba Yisrael Im Tishmale Lo Yige Vu El Zar Bilo Tishtachave Leil Necha Anoke Yahava Elohe Hama'al Me'eretz Mizraim Hahefpe Va'amale Velo Shama Ame Lakole B'Yisrael Lo Avale Va'ashache Bishverut Leba Yaku Bimoazote Lu Ame Shomea Li Yisrael Birwake Yahaleko Kimat Oeve Aknea Val Zore Ashiv Yadi Mazane Yahava Yaka Hashulo Vehe Ita Lolam Vaya Akile Mechalev Cheta Umizo Devash Asbe.
Yes, yes, yes. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Rev Tov, Lila Tov, Boker Tov. Greetings, greetings, greetings. This is Yadin here. LOJ, aka Ras Iodine. Yo, greetings, greetings. So the evening, yeah. So the evening psalm right here, Psalm 81. That was in the Ivrit, that was in the Hebrew right there. From a brethren right there, verse by verse right there. I think it's a brethren. Could be a sister still, but either way, it was a good word by word read, word by word.
Whom shall he teach knowledge?
Oh,
And whom shall he make to understand doctrine?
here we go.
Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breasts.
Get it?
For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept,
Oh.
line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little. For with
Yes.
stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people, to whom he said, This is the rest wherewith ye may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing. Yet they would not hear. But the word of the Lord was unto them precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that they might go and fall backward and be broken and snared and taken. Wherefore hear the word of the Lord, 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 hear the word of the Lord.
When I say more, you say fire, more fire.
So right there, what was it? The song we had touched on that earlier. Yeah, earlier. What we like to do is kind of like upgrade our presentation. Yes, it's the Torah reading and feedings, and the daily Psalms and the Psalms. Those are two main kind of discipleship foundations that will be our subjects. So we like to open up the platform for like Q's and A's, but we want to keep it on subject. If one to go too far out into the woods and stuff like that, we can't really go there. We're not going to go there. Let's seek to keep it on subject. The amazing thing is, in spirit and truth, when we keep it on subject, other matters are addressed when we keep it on subject. You know what I'm saying? So just prioritizing right here, discipleship right here. Still discipleship radio, but let's call it discipleship podcast. Yeah. Today's daily
Shalom again, shalom chaverim. Here we have today's daily psalm. We have
Psalm
19.
Oh.
מזמור י"ט למנצח מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד
Psalm 19.
מזמור י"ט למנצח מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד
Psalm 19.
מזמור י"ט למנצח מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד
The heavens declare the glory of God, 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 glory of God.
השמיים מספרים כבוד אל, כבוד אל, כבוד אל, כבוד אל, כבוד אל, כבוד אל.
And the firmament showeth his handiwork, his handiwork, his handiwork, his handiwork, his handiwork, his handiwork.
ומעשה ידיו מגיד הרקיע, 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 הרקיע.
Day unto day uttereth speech, 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 day uttereth speech.
יום ליום יביע עומר, 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 עומר.
And night unto night showeth knowledge, 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 showeth knowledge.
ולילה ללילה יחווה דעת, 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 דעת.
There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward. Who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer.
Lion of Judah Society.
The daily psalm right here, Psalm 19. And if you're listening, paying attention, I think you said it all right there. Psalm 19. Psalm 19, one of the main themes of Psalm 19 is the two witnesses. The two witnesses to Elohim, to Yahweh Elohim, to he who be, we be, our almighty power, HaKadosh, the Holy One. Baruch Hu, blessed be he. Baruch Hashem, blessed be the name. The two witnesses, in simple English terms, the true witnesses to God. And the true witnesses to God. The true witnesses to Yahweh Elohim, the true witnesses to true good, the true God. Yes, so what are these two witnesses? Well, as the psalm, if we're listening and study and pay attention, as it breaks down, it speaks about creation, right? The creation, we could say the world, both around us and in us, creation, right? And the second witness, Torah. So creation and Torah, the two, right? The two witnesses. So this is one of the main themes of today's daily psalm. We have right here Psalm 19. Now we'd like to go through like a little midrash, a little study to shoot ourselves approved. Like to go through a little midrash, the midrash Tehillim, the midrash, the study, darash, midrash of the Tehillim, of the Psalter of the Psalm. So hopefully, that will be coming forward. But just some kind of basics right here. Now, with that in mind, witness, right? The two witnesses to God, right? The two witnesses, true good, the true God, right? True witnesses to Yahweh Elohim, right? Here we have today's daily psalm. Let's bring a little dubwise. Let's be wise. Look at dubwise right here. It's the same thing that we just heard, but a little dubwise, right? So now we gave a kind of a point of reference, today's daily psalm, right? Mizmor Yud, Yod, Tate, the two witnesses to Yahweh, the two witnesses to true good and true God. Look at dubwise right here.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
למנצח מזמור לדוד.
The heavens declare the glory of God.
השמיים מספרים כבוד אל.
And the firmament showeth his handiwork.
ומעשה ידיו מדיד הרקיע.
Day unto day uttereth speech. Day uttereth speech. Day uttereth speech. Day uttereth speech.
יום ליום יביע העומר, עומר, 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 עומר.
And night unto night showeth knowledge, showeth knowledge, showeth knowledge, showeth knowledge.
ולילה ללילה יחווה דעת, 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 דעת.
There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward. Who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer. When they were come in, they went up into an upper room, and when they were come in, they went up into an upper room, and when they were come in, they went up into an upper room, they went up into an upper room, upper room, upper room, upper room.
All right. So right here, this is a brief overview right here. Today's daily psalm according to royal order. And I would like to share a little bit of the Midrash, as we mentioned. Midrash from Darash, to study, right? To study, to shew ourselves approved. So here with this Torah reading and feeding, with each of the Torah reading and feedings, the daily psalms and studies, there's kind of reflection of one upon the other. Right here. No, keep it on the psalms. I'm not going to talk about Balaam directly, and Balak, but thank you, give thanks right here. Not ready to go there, but first right here, look at Midrash, but just showing how the reflection of two main study subject matters, Torah reading and feeding, right? Or in season could be the holiday, when the holidays, the holy days come up, but the usual, the Torah reading and feeding, we're at the 40th. So here we're at the 40 of 54. So hallelujah, getting through this Shana here, the 40 of the 54 weekly Torah portion reading and feedings. And for those of the Chaverim that more or less, have been on point, hallelujah. Yes, give thanks, encouragement. It's encouragement, chazak, wanit chazek. Encouragement sweetens labor. So here, let's share a little bit of the Midrash right here, and we will return, or we might just highlight, pause certain things. So take note. I know there's questions, Q's and A's, right, that might come up out of this or that. If you can, just note some of the questions, as rough or as refined as you but just take note, right? So right here, Shema Yisrael, here it is.
Mizmor Yod Tate. Psalm 19, Psalm XIX. Theme, witnesses to Elohim, the true good, the true God. Here, Shema Yisrael, here, a Midrash on today's daily psalm, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, and here after the order of Melchizedek Tzedek. La Menatzeach, Mizmor le David, Hashemayim, Misaparim, Kovod Da'el. For the leader, La Menatzeach, the overcomer, Mizmor le David, a psalm, a chant, Isis, intonation, Mizmor Lidawid of David. Hashemayim, Misaparim, Kovod El. The heavens declare the glory of El. Hashemayim, Misaparim, Kovod El. This verse is to be read in the light, in the illumination of what Scripture says elsewhere, even in Proverbs 16:4. Yahweh Jehovah hath made everything. Lama'enehu. Kola pa'al Yahweh lama'enehu. Yahweh Jehovah have made everything. Lama'enehu. That is, quote, to declare his glory, end quote. Here, Anehu is taken as related to Ainu. As in the verse from Psalm 147, verse 7. Ainu la Yahuwah betoda. Sing, Ainu la Yahuwah betoda. Sing to Jehovah with thanksgiving. Ainu la Yahuwah betoda. Or la ma'nehu lamalet. That is to say, it means, quote, to be a witness to his glory and declare his Godhead, end quote. As in the verse from Shemot, from Exodus 20:13b, thou shalt not bear witness, ta'aneh, against thy neighbor. And in the verse from Psalm 122, verse 8, as witness for Ma'an, my brethren and companions. As witness, Ma'an, for my brethren and companions. Rav Abahu taught two principles the nations, Hagoyim, the international community, the nations of the earth, of the earthly plane, do not deny. They acknowledge that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, is He who created the world in 6 days, and that He keeps the souls of the dead alive. And their proof? He who with necromantic incantations sets out to raise a ghost or a familiar spirit, a duppy, succeeds in raising one on weekdays, but does not succeed in raising one on HaShabbat, on the Sabbath. But the ghost of an animal will not rise even in the week. For in the Olam Haba, animals will not be brought back to life. And so, as is written in Proverbs 16:4, Kol pa'al Yahweh lama'nehu, Jehovah hath made everything to be a witness for him. Another comment on lama'nehu means, quote, to declare his praise. All praise him for his work. All praise him for his work, even as all his works praises him. Rav Barakaya said in the name of Rav Simeon, that which has no head in the sight of mortals has a head in the sight of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in the sight of the Holy One, blessed be He. The earth, for example, of which it is said even in Proverbs 8:26, as yet He had not made the head of the world's dust. Adlo asa eretza we chutzota we rosha afrota tevel. While as yet he had not made the earth nor the fields. Adlo asa eretza we chutzot, nor the beginning with rosh, nor the head with rosh, afrota tevel, nor the beginning, the head of the dust of the world, of the tevel, the inhabitable portions of the earthly plane. That which has no eyes in the sight of mortals has eyes in the sight of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in the sight of the Holy One, blessed be He. The sea, for example, of which of that it is said even in Psalm 114 verse 3, Hayam Ra'ah Wayanos. The sea saw it and fled. Hayam Ra'ah Wayanos. And the sea that has no hands in the sight of mortals has hands in the sight of Hakadosh Baruch Hu, as it is said even in Psalm 104 verse 25. Zeh Hayam Gadol Ua Rechav Yadayim. Yonder sea, great and wide of hands. Zeh Hayam Gadol Ua Rechav Yadayim. Yonder sea, great and wide, literally in Hebrew is Zeh Hayam Gadol Ua Rechav Yadayim. Yonder sea, great and wide of hands. So too, the earth, of which of that it is said even in Bereshith, in Genesis 34:21, the earth is wide of hands, of hand, of hand, of hand. Haaretz hine rachbata yadayim. For behold, the earth is wide of hands. Haaretz hine rachbata yadayim. The earth also has ears in the sight of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in the sight of the Holy One, blessed be He. For it is said, even in Yirmiyahu, in Ermias, in Jeremiah 22:29, O earth, 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 hear the word of Yahweh, hear the word of Jehovah. Heaven has a heart in the sight of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For it is said even in Devarim, in Deuteronomy 4:11, and he came near, and the mountain burned with fire to the heart of heaven. The sea also has a heart, as is said in Shemot, in Exodus 15:8, the deeps were congealed in the heart of the sea. In the sight of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the earth has a navel, for it is said in Ezekiel 38:12, the people that dwell in the navel of the earth. In the sight of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the earth has a mouth, for it is said in Bamidbar, in Numbers 16:32, the earth opened her mouth. And in the sight of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it has feet. For it is said in Ecclesiastes 1:4, but the earth standeth forever, but the earth standeth forever. And in the sight of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, the Ayla One, blessed be He, it has haunches. For it is said even in Yirmiyahu, Ermias, Jeremiah 31:8, behold, I will gather them from the haunches of the earth. In the sight of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, heaven has a mouth, as is said, the heavens declare the glory of God. Hashemayim misaparim kovod el. The heavens, Hashemayim, declare misaparim, the glory of El. Kavod El. The heavens declare the glory of El, and the firmament showeth.
They went up into an upper room.
All right. Okay, that's the first what we call it, the first paragraph, first section, first perek. Right there, like first chapter right there. So here, just let's scroll back to the beginning just so that we can understand it together. So here we're in Psalm, today's daily Psalm, Mizmor Yod Tet, Psalm 19. All right, so let's go through this right here just as a little study to shoot ourselves approved. So I'm going to go over this part right here to kind of break it down and everything. Hold on for a moment because I'm trying to bring up, I want to bring this up on the screen. Let me clear that there so you can see the first kind of paragraph in the first kind of chapter or the first section of the Midrash. Now Midrash, it's a Hebrew term. We went through it before. We found it in the scripts from Darash, So we have darash, to seek, to inquire, and here's the midrash. Midrash is a study. There's a verse, a well-known verse in the scripture where it says, "Seek the Lord." Seek the Lord while He may be found. Let me see if I could bring that up right here just to share that. Give me one moment. So we're going back and forth a few screens right here. Chabarim. Let's go to the Psalms right here. To the Bible right here. And give me one moment in the background. I want to just look up the verse. Let's go over here. Okay, seek the Lord, right? Seek the Lord, seek Lord, right, and found. Okay, let me just show this here on the screen. Seek Lord, right, found, right, found. Here we go here, and we scroll it right here. And we have 5 verses that have Lord, that have seek, Lord, and found. Right, in the KJV version. Scrolling down, and there's there, there's our verse. There's our verse right there. Right? Seek ye the Lord while he may be found. Call y'all, call use y'all, you all, upon him while he is near. So just to bring out the darash, in case you want to say, "Oh, whoa, darash, that's Yiddish." I'm going to say, "Oh, darash, that's Yiddish. That's not Hebrew. That's not Lashawan Kwadash." No, it's not Lashawan Kwadash, but it is Lashon HaKodesh. It is the holy language or the biblical Hebrew, right? So here, look at the word seek. The word seek is the H 1875. What a year. But here we have, right here we have darash, more fully vocalized, darash, simple English, basic English, darash, right? So here we have darash, right? So BDB, Browns, Drivers, and Brakes, BDB definition has to resort to. Interesting, that word resort. We say resort, but actually it's like resort. So let's sort this out, like sorting it out, right? To resort to, right? To seek with care, right? To inquire, to require. Interesting. Inquire, right? Inquiring minds, seeking to know the truth, and to require, right? So I remember some of the elders called children of faith of the Rastafari to say, pick sense out of nonsense, like what seems to be nonsense. Okay, notice inquire, require, that choir part right there. But anyway, inquire, so it's to inquire, and to require is to resort to, right? Or to resort to seek with care. Right, that's the kal. The kal is the basic darash, right? To resort to. In what sense to resort to? To frequent, like you go someplace regularly or you do something frequently, right? Like we study to shoot with self-approve in that sense. Also, in a literal sense of the kal, darash, right, means to tread a place. Like you go this place often, you walk and you go here, you tread a place, or like a well-trodden road, the way, the truth, the life. Check. Second entry under the kal. The kal is the basic. To consult, to inquire of, in that sense of to seek. So this can be applied, right, for the good, right, for the tov, and for the low tov, right? It can be applied for the good and for the not good, or the tov v'ra, the good and the evil. So I point that out because, see, words, words, especially the Hebrew words and terms. We talk about the Hebrew, the two truths, the twofold truths, or the two application. In the words of Rabbeinu Yeshua, our rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis, Yeshua HaNotzri, he had said, according to the Brit Chadash, a New Covenant Witness, if I show you earthly things, and you're not able to understand the earthly type, on the ground type, how can you understand the heavenly type? like the higher type. If you want to kind of understand the basic type. So we have like you know, the earthly and the heavenly, in another sense of the outer, the natural. We could say even the physical, right? In the first sense, the physical, the plane on the ground sense. And then we have like the metaphysical, right? Or we have the outer type, right? As words are applied, right? And then we have like the inner type, right? So the twofold truth, just to bring out the sense of the two. Now, here in Psalm 19, we have the two witnesses, right? The two witnesses to Elohim, the two witnesses to God. Let me do this right here just so we can have some references here, because we're going to go kind of back and forth a little bit right here, but we're going to focus on this first section here, right, of the Midrash, just to kind of break down and build. I know ones might hear certain things and trying to make sense out of it. So we're going to go through a little kind of like a slow walk. We're going to slow walk this, right? Right here, here, here. So we're starting out with this first paragraph right here. And here we have today's daily Psalm, Psalm 19. And here we're just segueing on Midrash, right? From Darash, to seek, right? So to seek, to consult, to inquire of, it can be inquiring of God, right? Of Ha Elohim, Eloheinu, the true good, the true God, the God and Father, our Lord and Savior, Yeshua HaMashiach. Or you could inquire of other gods, other people's gods. You know what I mean? Elohim Acharim, right? Or one may inquire of necromancers. Now, what's interesting here in the Torah reading and feeding that we have before us is this character Balaam or Bilaam, right? And the incident in the 40th sabbatical study concerning Balak, right? Hiring out a cursing prophet or a prophet for hire named Bilaam, right? Now, what's interesting about Bilaam is that Bilaam's Elohim, right, is also the same Elohim as the Elohim, Elohei Yisrael, right? But this is basically just breaking down how we will find this word within the scripture, right? Used in the verse 55, chapter 55, Isaiah chapter 55, verse 6. Isaiah chapter 55, verse 6. We have it over here as seek y'all Yahweh while he may be found. Now we're zooming in on the word seek, right? The word seek, and seeking to break down the word seek, darash, right? Now in the form of midrash, the roots of the word midrash, which basically can be translated as study, right? As a study, is derived Hebraically from the root darash. So midrash come from darash. You can even kind of hear it. Can you hear? Shema'uli, midrash and darash. So what is darash? The root sense. To consult, to inquire. Then the third entry here is to seek deity. That's a kind of an English term referring to God, a God, or the true God, right? To seek deity, right? We say Elohim in prayer and worship. It can be applied to Ha Elohim, the true good, the true God, or it can be applied to the deities, the divinities, or the gods, or the God constructs, or what have you, of the heathen, of the Goyim, right? So whether it's the true good, the true God, Elohei Yisrael, or the gods, right, other gods. So as we are to seek the true good, the true God, they seek their other gods, their Elohim Acharim. Right? But Yahweh tells us in the 10 words that we're to have no other Elohim before him, right? Before him. It's like when Yeshua said to Satan, get behind me, right? So let the other Elohim be behind us, not before us. Let the true good, the true God be before us. Check? So here, the fourth entry, to seek with a demand, darash, demand to require. Now notice the fifth entry is to investigate. See how it comes out in the sense of study, right? To investigate, right? To investigate, to inquire in what sense? To investigate, right? The sixth entry here, to ask for. So darash, to seek, right? Seek ye Yahweh while he may be found. To ask for, to require, demand, to investigate. But it's the seventh entry that really applies right here, with this study right here. The seventh entry of Darash, right? Darash, to practice. Practice, it is said, makes perfect. To practice makes perfect. Some people say there ain't nothing perfect. So one of these got to be true and one of these got to be false. Right? We've heard the saying before, practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect. And then we also hear people say there's nothing perfect. Nobody's perfect. Nothing's perfect. So if we hold both of these as true, we're going to be in confusion. Come out of her, my people. One must be true and one must be false. Because if there's nothing perfect, then how can you practice and blank, practice and nothing? So if practice makes perfect is true, then this idea that nothing is perfect and nobody's perfect must be false. All right, we hold to that. You might hold to something else, but just hold it. Hold it. Check this here. To practice, to study, to follow, to seek with application. Some say, right, that if it don't apply, let it fly. Right? If it don't apply. But notice this right here. Seek with application. You know, some of you say, I've read the Bible cover to cover X amount of times. Okay, you read it, but what have you applied? Have you read it and no doubt gained some knowing and knowledge from it, but have you applied anything? Right? It's interesting because in the word it says, what says, blessed are all they that do, right? That do his commandments. It didn't say blessed are all they that just hear his commandments, or blessed are all they that talk about his commandments. You know what I'm saying? It says, blessed are all they that do them. So we know that by doing, when you hear something, right? You hear about something, like I explain, okay, this is how you do this, and you're like, wow, this sounds really complicated. You know what I'm saying? But then when you actually do it, you be like, oh wow, this is simple. I get it now, right? So this is a sense of darash here. Darash, to practice, to study, to follow, to seek with application, to seek with care for. Now we're not going to go through all the other intensive forms of it right here, right? This word is also very interesting. The nephil form, the nephile form of it, to allow oneself to be inquired of, consulted, right? Consulted. Notice what it says, consulted only of Elohim, only of God, right? To be sought, right? To be sought out. And then when it says that Yahweh, he requires blood, it also uses the term darash, he requires, right? In that sense of requirement of blood. So someone like killed or murdered someone, right? Well, their blood is required, right? You're to seek it out. You know what I'm saying? The blood avenger. But the basic sense of this word darash, right, properly means to tread, like to trodding, right? To trod. We say trodding Rastafari. Are we sure? Are we really? Right? Are we really walking it out? Right? Are we frequenting, right, way, truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ? Question. Usually, this word is to follow, for pursuit or search. So, you hear people, I ain't no follower. I don't follow nobody. That sounds fly. And even with some of my brothers and sisters who say that, and we reason on this, I kind of get the sense, I do get the sense they're saying, right? But it's kind of an absolutism, right? It's more of a subjective absolutism, right? But objectively speaking, right, it's not absolute. For example, usually to follow. You see what it says? Usually to follow under darash. Usually to follow, right? To follow in what sense, right? You can follow something, right, or someone for pursuit. Like I'm following after you. You know what I mean? Or I'm trying to follow along with what you're saying because I'm trying to search it out and see, investigate and see whether it applies or whether I should let it fly. You know what I mean? By implication, to seek, ask. But notice the last entry right there, right, is to worship. To worship. Wait. So if the word darash, to seek, to inquire, in this sense of midrash, means to study, right, and to seek with application, to apply it, this is a form of worship, right? This is what it's saying here, and it is a form. So the midrash is also a form of worship, especially as Isaiah 55 and 6 says, seek ye, seek y'all, right? Seek you all. So speaking to us all, right? Yahweh, right? While he may be found, right? While he may. This means that there might be a time when Yahweh might not be found. All right, let's go down here, right here again. So here it says, seek y'all Yahweh while he may be found, which implies that there may be a time that he may not be found. So seek him seek him when he might be found, right? Because there might be a time when he might not be found. People say, I found the Lord, they found Jesus. Really? Oh, okay. Was he lost or were you lost? Anyway, call y'all upon him while he is near, right? It's better to call somebody while they're near than when they're far away. They can't hear you, right? Now, of course, we don't dare say that Yahweh may not hear you, but check out the context. Call y'all upon him while he is near, right? No need to wait for when he is far. You know what I mean? Be that as it may, right here, let's go into this verse right here. Let's just bring out this verse here in the Hebrew. Want to hear the sound of it. So here it says, dirshu, right? So here in the text from the root word, right, darash, right, that literally means he sought, right? Third person, male, past tense. That's how you find the roots when you look up the roots. Here in the verse, right, dirshu. Dirshu is a command speaking to a group of people, usually males, but speaking to a group of people, dirshu. So dirshu is like a command. Like if I'm saying to all y'all, dirshu, like I'm saying y'all to seek y'all, right? Dirshu Yahuwah be himatzo, be himatzo, while he may be matzah. Let's bring this up right here, matzah, right? Not the bread. We'll go through the similarity, but the difference of that. But matzah, right? The verb here means to find, to attain, to find, to secure, to acquire. Now look at that. Remember we talking about darash, to inquire, to require. Now here for matzah, right? Like to find. Here we have to acquire. So we have inquire, require, acquire. Interesting. All right. Do these go together? How do they go together? To get the thing sought. To get it. You get it? Right? To find what is what? Find what is lost. Right? To meet in the sense of matzah, to find can also be used in the Hebrew to meet, to encounter. Guess who I found, man? Like what they lost? No. Who I met, who I inquired, I encountered, rather, right? To find a condition. But notice the third, not the third, but the E entry says to learn, to devise, to find out. So these are some of the forms of this word, depends on the spirit of the word, right? So there's the letter of the law and there's the spirit of the law. Thus, the proper vocalization, the proper vowels bring out the proper spirit. Dershu Yahweh behimatzo, while he may be matzah. Himatzo. Let me see if I can show you this. You see the himatzo? It has a hey in the beginning. Himatzo. You see the himatzo come from the hefil. You see the hefil is the himatzo. So the root word matzah in the form of while he may be found, behimatzo, right? Himatzo, the hefil of the verb, right? To cause to find, while he might be attained, cause to encounter, right? To present, to offer, right? Cause to light upon, like you light upon something, you come upon something, to come upon something, or to appear, to exist, right? In the transitive sense, to attain, to find, to acquire, right? Right? In the figure of speech, right? Now, in the second sense, that's literally, right? In the figure of speech is to occur or to meet or to be present. So, like if I said, well, guess who I found, right? I'm not speaking, I could be speaking a little literally, but if you hear me talk that I had ran into somebody, I was doing something and, I bumped into somebody. That's how I said, well, guess who I found. You would know that I'm using this even in English. You know that I'm using this in the figurative sense, right? I mean, if your spirit is in the spirit, right? But if you're a literalist, you might think, well, they was not lost, so you could not find them. No, you can't use that, this kind of dog, subjective, dogmatic way of thinking. So that means you're going to miss the other half of the story, right? So there's a twofold truth, the literal sense, right? To come forth to appear, right? To exist in the sense of to attain something, to find, to acquire, or in the figurative sense to occur, right? You know what I found? You know what I found? I found out that such and such and such and such. It doesn't mean the thing was lost, but it occurred to me, right? This thought now met me, was presented for me in that sense. So I'm trying to use the English so one can begin to appreciate love, right? The nuances in the Hebrew, right? But the main thing is the spirit, right? Here, Darshu Yahweh Behimatso. Kerauhu, kerau, kerau is the root here. Kerauhu, kerau comes from kara, y'all, kara, y'all. What does it mean to kara? Kara, not quara, but kara means to call out, to recite, to read, to call out in the sense of to proclaim, right? In a sense, it also has with Yahweh, right, as it's used, especially in the Psalms, to call upon Elohim, the Creator, the Almighty Power, the Judge, to call upon Him by name, right? So in the context of kara with Yahweh, like in prayer and worship, is to call upon Elohim, to call upon the Creator, to call upon the power by name, right? But in the other sense, general sense of kara, it means to call out. It can also be applied to recite and read. Like during the holy seasons, it says that we shall have a holy convocation. So the word holy convocation, the words holy convocation in the King James Version is mikra, mikra kodesh, mikra kodesh, right? Mikra kodesh, mikra come from kara, right? Like a called out assembly where we're called out to come together to gather, and this assembly, this mikra, is kodesh, is set apart from other secular or other things, because a holy thing is to he who he be, and that this called out assembly, this holy convocation, this set apart out called gathering, right? We hear the recital, right, of the word that's appropriate for the season, so we can know what the season, the reason for the season and the gathering is for, right? That which is read. So you notice on like the holy days, the holidays, or certain times and season, there's certain areas of scripture, right, that we go to, right? Where, for example, with the Passover, we'll go through the Passover sections of scripture, or even Leviticus 23, where it speaks about how shall the feast, the gathering, what the gathering is for and how it shall be performed, how we shall do it, right? It says that blessed are all they, happy are all they that do his commandments. It's good to hear, it's good to read, right? But to do, we get to know. So here it says, kera'u, kera'u, kera'u. Kera'u is like dirshu. It's speaking to more than one person. It's like speaking to you all. Kera'uhu, kera'uhu. So here we're at this word right here, so you can see that there, just to highlight it, right? Kera'uhu. Who is the pronoun for he? He, him, he, right? So it's like kera'uhu, call out, recite, read, call out, call upon him by name, right? Call out, right? Read, recite, right? Him, right? And also to call upon him by name. Be hioto, be hioto, be hioto, the next word from higher, 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 higher. Be hioto means while he be, while he be. Be hioto, while he be hioto, karob. Be hioto, karob. Kerauhu, be hioto, karob. Kerauhu, be hioto, karob. So sometimes I'll pronounce it with more fuller, with more like of the ancient accent. Other times we just make it plain like we just speak regular English. You know what I'm saying? From that way. So one can hopefully begin to get it. Kira'uhu, kira'uhu, kira'uhu. Right? Fully vocalized. Kira'uhu, kira'uhu, kira'uhu. Bihioto. Karob. So karob, fully enunciated, karob, with the click and all, right? Karob is near. Karob is near. It can relate to that which is near of place. Well, where is it? Right? Big karob. right? It's near, right? It's near in place. Or how much more time we have? Big karob. It's near. It's like near. It's just now, right? Or it can be, this person. What is that person to you? Oh, they are, karob. They are near, like a near person of relationship, right? Just to understand the context of the word. So here, just in touching on this right here, let's go one more place because we still want to get into this first passage. But we thought it's necessary. Because ones might say, Midrash, what is Midrash? Midrash is not in the Bible, blah, 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 blah. You may hear one say, right? So right here, let's go right? Oh, it's a Dalet. Still getting used to the keyboard, but Midrash. Right, there we go. Midrash. Right? So we just typed it in the Ivrit, and now we're looking in the Aleppo, the unpointed Hebrew script. Right? And notice in the Bible, in the Hebrew Bible, we find Midrash. That's the word that we just looked up right there, Midrash in the Hebrew. We find it in the Aleppo, the unpointed Hebrew. We find it in two places. First place is Second Chronicles 13:22, and the second place is in Second Chronicles 24:27. Interesting, right? Second Chronicles 13:22. Let's go here first, right? Go here first. Let's bring out this verse, first. Let's go to the English, the plain English light. It says, and the rest of the acts of Abijah, and his ways and his sayings, written in the story. See what it says story? In the story of the prophet Edo. The prophet Edo. Just the plain English, right? This is the verse here. Let's bring up the Ivrit, the Hebrew. It says, with yetera divrei Abiyah, right? And the rest or the remainder with yeta divrei Abiyah, and the divrei, the words of Abiyah, I want to say Abaya in English, but Abiyah, Hebrew, right? Derakayo, and his ways, Debarav, and his words, his ways and his words, derakayo, debarayo, ketubim, they are written, be midrash. So let me highlight the word midrash right here. This is the word midrash. They are in the midrash, or the midrash. They're in the midrash, be midrash, ha nabi Edo, ha nabi of the prophet Edo. So there was a prophet named Edo. So notice we don't have a book of Edo like in the Bible, the Hebrew, or otherwise today. But here we have a prophet that was named Edo, right? So the word midrash, let's scroll down here. So that corresponds to the H4097. The H4097, boom, right there. There's midrash, right? So, when ones try to scoff or mock what we're doing here, fellow Chaverim, Talmudim, oh, midrash, they'll say that's Yiddish. That's not Lashawana Kwadadasha. No, it is Lashon HaKodesh, right? Midrash. Here you're seeing the proof of it for yourself. Take down the Strong's number so you can reference it. You can actually take the H4097 right now, like on your phone. Go to the search, put H4097, right? And I think it probably will come up maybe if you put Bible or Hebrew right next to it. In case it doesn't come up, maybe something else is H4097. But usually if you put that in your search, right, that the Strongs will come up. Probably a lot of the interlinear Bible, Blue Letter, other Bible software or pages will come up, and you can find the same word. You can go through it, and you can be happy, and you can know the truth for yourself, right? Midrash, right? Notice what we said right here, BDB. So the KJV calls it a story. The translator calls it a story, right? But Hebraically, that's only half of the story, right? It's actually a study. right? It's a study, right? It's an exposition, right? It's a midrash, right? It's a record, it's a story, right? And let's see how the midrash is defined here, right? According to what we have, right? It says writings of didactic nature. Now, the term didactic, basically like an autodidact. You've heard some people are autodidacts. They are like self-taught. So that means that auto from the Greek means like self, right? Auto, right? Automobile. Think about it, right? Auto means self, and didactic means to teach or to learn to teach. It's like self-taught. Therefore, writings of a teaching nature, didactic of a teaching, a learning nature, right? So midrash, right? Notice they tell us in the B entry, BDB, Browns, Drivers, and Briggs, they say it's a transliteration. That means it's the letter for letter in Latin of the Hebrew. I'll say it again. It's the letter for letter in Latin from the Hebrew. You say, well, what are we talking about Latin for? Well, did you not know that the English letters are Latin? So in a sense, we're still dealing with Latin. We've been dealing with Latin for the last, well, at least humans for the last, what, 2,000 or so years, right? Since that time to this time. So the Midrash is the transliteration of the Hebrew, the Ivrit word. Let's scroll down here, right? Strong's definition, right, says it's from the H 1875. If you're paying attention, you remember the H, right? 1875 is darash, which you went through, right? You know, the root word to seek. So you see the connection. So one can see the connection, make the connection for themselves. They say properly, it's an investigation. An investigation. That is by implication, right? A treatise, right? Or an elaborate compilation, right? Like a reasoning, an investigation, and a treatise or elaborate compilation. Now, that's the first entry right there, right? From let's actually go over here, right? From Second Chronicles 13, chapter 13, verse 22. Let's just go quickly to 24, 27, right? 24, 27. Right here. Let's scroll down, 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 down. Right. So what we have is like different versions: KJV, the Hebrew, the Greek, the Septuagint. We'll put up the Amharic, but this software don't have the Amharic. But we'll get there. But as His Majesty said, the elect of God, the King of Kings of Ethiopia, Ibrayist, Meseratawi Kwankwa, Ibrayist. The King of Kings said what? He said that the Hebrew, right, Meseratawi Kwankwa. Meseratawi is the foundational language. Foundational, to the foundation, right? Foundational Hebrew, right? American. Anyway, now concerning his sons and the greatness of the burdens upon him, and the repairing of the house of God, right? Behold, they written in the story. So KJV from 1611, from 400 plus years ago, from the 17th century, when they translated this word, they translated that story, right? But we know this is an investigation, a teaching. Behold, they are written in the story of the book of the kings. They're written where? In the story of the book of the kings. Do we have a book of kings in the Bible? Well, yes. Is it the same book? Well, let's investigate that. But here it's saying they're written in the Midrash, right? The Midrash of the book of the kings. And Amaziah, his son, reigned in his stead. So the father ruled, and then the son, after the father went forward, the son ruled instead of the father. So the repairing is the founding, getting to the foundation, right? And here the story, here now they call the story, the Midrash, the commentary, right? So this is just to show that even in Old Testament times, they understood the Midrash, right? Even though the word does not overtly get translated within the King James Version. But we say we're Hebrews and Israelites and all of this, then we need to go beyond, you know what I mean? Go beyond the translation and even to vet. We need to vet. That's what we've been doing. That's what Rastafari discipleship we do. We vet the translation. You know, at first, sometimes, because of the KJV, we didn't want to, oh man, they're incorrect here or there. But this is a part of what we have to go through. Not saying that it's not useful. It is useful, but it's not good to deep end, go in the deep end on it. Because many ones they make conclusions. I've even heard some people try to say that the King James version is actually better than the Hebrew. It's almost like they're delusional, right? They're not recognizing the simple fact that it's been translated, right, from this, right, and may be accurate here, but maybe not accurate there. That's why it says to study to shew ourselves approved. So with the midrash. So far we kind of went through the midrash just to bring out what is the midrash, right? Right, and hopefully here we might be able to take this portion, right, of this podcast. Even later on, give thanks to the co-laborers. You know what I mean? You also need ones and ones as you listen. Some listen more diligently than others to take notes, and maybe we can kind of cut it, edit, or one may cut it, edit, and say what is the midrash, right? To break down the midrash, and is midrash in the Bible, right? Or is midrash some latter day Jew thing, a Jewish thing? No, it is not. All right. Be that as it may it as it be, right there, the midrash. So let's actually come up out of this study right here, because this is just to bring this out. All right.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
All right. So let's go over here. Where were we? Okay, let's go to this basic KJV right here. All right. Let's clear that. Okay, we have to clear that right there because we're on the Hebrew right here. So here we're in Psalm, right? Psalm 19. Right. So the heavens, right? The heavens and glory. The heavens and glory. We're going to go this way to get to the verse, right? Heavens and glory. And then we have Psalm 8, right? And here we have Psalm 19, right? Right? Psalm 19. This is our daily psalm right here, the Midrash. As we mentioned, today's daily psalm, Mizmor Yod 8, is the witnesses, actually the two witnesses of God, the two witnesses of the true good, the true God of Yahweh Eloheinu, right here. Right? Now, overview. Let's touch on the overview here. Right? Why are the Psalms so very important? Well, the Psalms, as they were, and as we also seek to continue in that true way, right? The Psalms was like basic, how can you say, basic instructions, basic instructions for Talmudim. Talmudim is a Hebrew term for disciples. And the Talmud, correctly, principally, not what these people's teaching or those people's teaching, but just what the word means. It means teaching, learning. Talmud, teaching, learning, Talmud, right? Talmud is a disciple, a learner, right? A learner. So here in Psalm 19, let's go over here, Psalm 19, right? Also maybe theme the prayer to God, the prayer to Elohim, a prayer to the creator, the ruler, the judge, whose revelation, right? Whose revelation of himself, his self-revelation is twofold. Twofold is twofold, the two truths, the two witnesses. Here, Psalm 19, right? Here, Psalm 19, right? So, overview, right? An abrupt change is noticeable at the end in the KJV, the King James Version, at the end of verse 6. So let's go over here. Let's bring it back over here. Let's put it to light. Let's go down to verse 6. Look at verse 6 right here. So verse 6 says, his going forth from the end of the heaven and his circuit to the ends of it, and there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. So it says there's an abrupt change that is noticeable, right? So when you read these verses here, the opening 6 verses, right, KJV wise, and then you get to after verse 6, we begin with verse 7, and here our note says that there's an abrupt change that is noticeable. Have you noticed? See if you can notice it, right? The psalm, it is in Psalm has two clear divisions, two clear parts. The first portion, right, and the latter portion, right? The opening first 6 verses, KJV wise, and the remaining verses from verse 7 to the end, right? Now, the modern view of Psalm 19, right, generally speaking, is that two compositions or two fragments have been joined together in one song. That is the modern view, right? There's some modern view, generally speaking, right? So ones who study the psalm, you might find this in other writings or studies. They'll say, well, actually, they will theorize. They will theorize that, well, there was probably two fragments, right? Like somebody had did verses, like say 1, right, from 1 to 6, right? 1 to 6 was one song, right? Like a fragment, a portion, a song. And then verses 7, right, going all the way down here to verse 14 was another fragment, and a copyist or someone may put them together. That's the theory. That's just a theory, right? Well, that theory is interesting, right? And there may be some merit, right, to that particular theory. However, the abruptness, right, that we have of the change from verse 6 to 7, right, from the first section 1 to 6, and then from 7 to 14, the abruptness of this change that's noticeable is rather, on the other hand, an argument for, right, for than against, right, the original unity. So some would argue that it was two parts and was just stitched up together, right? But actually, when we study it, right, we actually can argue more better that it's for the original unity, right? That it was actually one whole song, right, and not two parts that were stitched up together, right? For a compiler, for example, ones in the ancient times who compiled these psalms, especially after the times of in the form that we have it today of Ezra and Nehemiah, during that time after return from the Babylonian captivity, a compiler would have been likely, right, to try to make some sort of glue, right? So when you start to study these things, you recognize that most ancient compilers, if they took two things, right, that were separate, they would try to make some sort of a glue, like a linguistic glue, right? Sometimes we can see that in some areas where something, where you have this part, the next part, and then there's a verse or a portion between that is kind of artificial. Even the language is different, right, than, the original things put together. So the one who, if they did this, they would try to make some sort of linguistic glue to hold the two fragments together, right? That's what a compiler would do. So if it's true that these two sections were kind of stitched up later on by a compiler, then it doesn't follow that there's really no glue. There's no glue, right? But a poet, like original author and a poet, being inspired in the rush of what they call the afflatus, right? A flatus, in the rush of the vibe, people who are poetical and people who are like songwriters or linguists, and they know this, putting forth compositions. Sometimes when you're inspired in a piece, right, it may seem that you go from major to minor or minor to major, but it's not like you took two separate things. It's just the flow of the vibe, right, and the expression. That's what we have basically right here, right? And the poet would welcome this abruptness. So an original poet, right, and you've seen that in certain poetry and compositions, right? Like a tune, you hear a tune, you hear this part, and then it just flips up. It's the same tune, right? But as you take the whole thing, you recognize, okay, what is being expressed, and hopefully it's receptive, right? The very abruptness, right, would welcome the very abruptness. So the poet would welcome an abruptness in the expression, while a manufacturer, like a compiler who's manufacturing, stitching up two things, right, would avoid that, right? The compiler, because it's not the compiler's original something, right? But the original one who do the something, who felt the something to do the something and bring forward the chant, right, would go as the flow go. You know what I'm saying? Indeed, one part, right? Another argument for the unity is that one part is incomplete without the other. One part is like you can't have one unless you have the other. You know what I mean? So one part is incomplete without the other, right? And in combination of the two parts, right, they point to the two sources, or rather, we say resources or two sources of knowledge. The two sources of the knowledge, the da'at of Elohim, of God, of the Almighty, that man possesses. So there's two sources of knowledge of Elohim, the true good, the true God, that man, that the human being, right, possesses. One is the marvel. The first is the marvels of his creation as seen in the starry heavens, the starry skies. You know what I mean? And for us and people in the city, if we live in the shitties, the cities, the shitty cities, if we live in the shitties, we don't really get to see the sky, right? We see all the false, the fake stars. Right? We don't see the real stars. But if you're in the country and see that open sky, right, it is amazing. It's amazing, right? If you don't really find it to be that, well, check out your soul, right? If you got one, right? But the creation, the starry heavens, right? Day as well as the night, right? The divine character, right? And secondarily, the second source of knowledge of the true good, the true God, is the divine character, right? Elohim's character, right? Yahweh's character as Elohim, right? As the true good, the true God, the creator, the divine character of the moral law, the moral Torah. Because that's what we have here when we get to verse 7, right? So in verse 7, let's see if we can bring this out right here. In verse 7, where it says, the law of the Lord perfect. Uh-oh, there's that perfect again. Practice makes perfect, right? And you even got religious folks, people that say they believe in God and the Bible, that we be talking about, well, nothing is perfect. Well, it says the law, right? Which brings in an interesting Christian dumb kind of question concerning the law. The law, right? The Torah of Yahweh, right? Perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of Yahweh, sure, always faithful, always sure, making wise the simple, making wise the simple. So you can see right here in the first 6 verses, it's talking about the heavens. It's talking about day to day, night to night, talking about no speech, no language, the voice is not heard, but talking about that though we don't hear the voice, like the heavens, right? We don't hear the voice of the heavens, like we don't really hear it, even though they talk about the music of the spheres, the celestial music, the music of the heavens. They say jazz is a heavenly music. Just to note that right there, they're there. Jazz and blues and rock and roll and all the forms of music, right? That truly is black music, right? I just want to point that out. Right? People try to play it like this is one genre. That no, for us as a people and our people who originally did it, these are different expressions of our soul. Right? So we need to kind of like bring together that unity. That's why for many of us, we're like, what kind of music you like? And if you really know music, right? If your soul really knows music, right? From the root of music, right? As once lost, now found, especially, you'll recognize that all those forms, like I say, even rock and roll is an expression. It's an aggressive expression, right? But it's still an expression, right? Of the soul people, right? Once lost, now found, right? So the heavens, basically, as it says in verse 3, there's no speech nor language. The word we're throws you off. The word we're, where it says we're their voice, that's false. Anything you see in the italicization, right? 9 out of 10 times, and sometime 11 out of 10 times is not there. So 11 out of 10 times, that means absolutely not there. This is the case where it's absolutely not there, right? So to read it more correctly, so even if you can't read the Hebrew, you want to get a sense of the Hebrew, reading the KJV, Well, just don't read the italicizations. Like read it with italics as you're used to reading it, then just read it again out loud without the italicizations. Right? For example, there is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Right? That's what we have, right? Now let's read it without the italicizations. No speech nor language, their voice not heard. That's the Hebrew sense. No speech nor language, their voice, not where. See, the where gives you a whole different impression. A where kind of like tilts the verse in a different way that originally it's not. The great thing about the King James Version is that in the better printed editions, they had the decency, right, to put in the italicization. I always wonder why was italics there, right, in the King James Version. I'm speaking specifically of the King James Version. I'm not speaking of the italicizations in the Strong's reference or the dictionary reference. I'm not speaking about italicizations, generally speaking. I'm speaking about specifically in the King James Version, right? Because sometimes people will take things too far, right, out of context, in the context of the King James Version. So one thing I find with this study is that when we go through the Hebrew and then we look at the King James Version, the overwhelming majority of times and places, the italicizations are like crutches that was put there to give the English speaker the translator's sense, what the translators thought the sense of it was, right? But directly, the words that were being translated are the ones that are not italicized. You get what I'm trying to say right here? All right. So, no speech nor language, their voice is not heard. No speech, no language, their voice not heard. Boom. Cut, dry, to the point. Not no, there is no speech, no language where their voice, because then gives you an impression of where their voice is heard. No, 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 no. Their voice, they don't got a voice. Right? Who don't got a voice? Right? Who don't got a voice? Come back to the beginning, right here. The heavens declare the glory of El. El. Here we have El, the root of Elohim, El, the Almighty, of El, of the Almighty. The firmament sheweth his handiwork. Right? The firmament sheweth. Right? Day to day utter speech, night to night, sheweth knowledge, night to night, sheweth da'at, da'at, da'at. It shows the real data of the Almighty, da'at. Da'at, the Hebrew word for knowledge, da'at. Sound a little like the English Latin data, right? But da'at, da'at, right? Kabbalistically speaking, that's the hidden sephira. When you look at the Kabbalistic tree of life, you'll see that there are like usually 10 sephiras, 10 circles, ciphers, but sometimes they will show you in a kind of what's that called again? Perforated, like a broken line. They show you one, and that's kind of hidden. Sometimes they'll take it totally off. It's interesting that the hidden sephira on the tree of life is knowledge, right? Kind of point us to Genesis, Bereshit again, right? But be it as it may it as it be, right? Here, according to Psalm 19, day to day is uttering speech. So day to day, every day is saying something, right? Night to night also is shewing something, is shewing knowledge, right? But check this out. It says, no speech nor language, their voice not heard. So this knowledge, this speaking, this knowledge is not like we speaking. Like we articulating in language. It's not like that. You see what's being said right there, right? Here. The translators know. So some of the later translators going over the earlier translators bring this out. You see what is the where? Where is not there, right? The more force of the Hebrew is without these, their voice is heard. No, that's not true. Without their voice heard. You see where the Hebrew part? See, they was trying to save KJV. We can't save what's not correct. Yeah, maybe back in the days, they thought it was true, and maybe they had no intention of lying. Right? May Yahweh be their judge. Right? But for us, we just know better. And if we know better, right, we should do better. So here the Hebrew says, without their voice heard. So their voice is not heard without their voice being heard. Right? Like, without their voice being heard. Here, it speaks about their line is gone out through through all the earth, right? So this means that, there's a line, right? Makes us remember we had earlier this Shabua. Hopefully we can go over that podcast and update it, because we're changing up how we update. Usually we just use like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, cool, right? But we like to kind of give it a more topical theme, right? If it's not when we first podcast and after the podcast, we'll try to sum up the overall theme. But we touched on the kav, the line. Remember I think it was in the psalm that we had, awoke Awiti, right? Yahweh, I waited patiently. That was Psalm 40. It was Psalm 40, yeah, Psalm 40. Psalm 40, I waited patiently for Yahweh. Kavok Aviti. And I was reasoning on wait, wait, and how we conceive of this. And, we have conversations. Oh, some people believe in waiting for a savior. Oh, some people believe in waiting on God. I don't believe that way. I believe I got to be, people have their different ways they bring it out. And what we were seeking to bring out is that in the Hebrew sense of waiting is not necessarily what we perceive from the English translation. You know what I mean? Where it says, come out of her. That's why it says, from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. They turn to people a pure language, like a refined language, a refined understanding of language. You know what I'm saying? So we can know the truth. So the kav right here, remember talking about the kav? So the kav and the kava, kava, like kava, to wait, or more better, to expect, right? To expect. Not just to idle. It doesn't say idle. I've been idling. I've been idling my time for Jehovah, for the Savior. No, it says I waited patiently, or in waiting, in expecting, I expected. Right? But even to bring this to make it more applicable, so one can get in the English, in the way we understand today, what the Hebrews would have understood, the faithful Hebrews from the Hebrew, right, is that the kava, which is the verb to wait or to expect or to hope, is from the kav, connected to the kav, and the kav, right, connected to the cord, the line, the measuring line. I began to, as in early studies, I began to find out, like with this particular word here, that the Hebrew sense of waiting is not like the English sense. The English sense of waiting is like being idle, not doing nothing. Like it's not like in a waiting room. It's not that kind of really waiting. It's like I'm expecting to be seen, right? And if you're expecting to be seen and you're not seen, you probably be like, hey. Am I who's next? Am I still on the list to be? Okay, no problem. I'm just waiting. And there's like, oh, you'll be the next one, or the doctor will be right here with you, or whoever you're going to see will be right there with you. You know what I'm saying? It's an activity, right? Both an activity of mind, right? Not an idleness, but an expectation. Right? Like calling those things that be not as though they were. But the deeper Hebrew idea of the kawa, kava, right, from the kav, the cord right here, right, is like measuring, right? Line. Like if you have a line, like almost like you're pulling something to you. You see, so the Hebrew idea of waiting is waiting, yes, but it's like you have a cord on what you are expecting. You know what I mean? Like a cord. I don't use this sense alone, but it's almost like, how people have these kind of doggy leashes, these kind of doggy leashes in a sense, or the child leashes, right? And now some of them are a little bit automated in a sense where they can press like a button and it can pull, like either the child, you can give them some leadway and then you can pull them back, right? You know what I mean? That is the sense, right? It's that kind of sense of the connection, right? Of the cord. You see, not always a literal cord, as the Hebrew two truths can be literally a cord. In the figurative sense, it's a connecting. You're connected with what you are expecting and you are pulling it in the sense. That's why Messiah said, when you pray, know that you receive those things you pray for. See, that is where we grow our spirituality, right? Because you'll be like, wait, I just prayed for it. And he says that I should know that I receive it. But, in the mind, you're going to have a little bit of wrestling in mind, because your mind is thinking, will he do it? You're thinking all these thoughts and you have to overcome that. You have to overcome, in a sense, your lower self, right? And it's a mental activity. It's a psychological activity, and therefore, truly, it's a spiritual activity, right? It's an inner work. There's an inner work of heart and mind. That's why the New Covenant says, "Let this mind be in you," right? And it says that's in, right, Yeshua, right? So Yeshua becomes our example, right? You remember when Lazarus had died, right? And or he said Lazarus went to sleep. Actually, notice how he even changed up the word. Remember when he was on raised Tabitha, and the guys there, the people were like, he said, "Oh, she's just sleeping," and the people were laughing at the Messiah, and they said, "Oh, she dead, she dead, she dead," and they wanted to bring that unalive vibe. And he put them out the room and closed the door, and he went to work. You see what I'm saying? Notice how he had to put them out, right, and close the door. So we learn from Messiah. And with Lazarus, right, he saw everyone, Mary, Martha, were like, well, Martha and Mary were like, "Oh, if you was here, Lord, this would not have happened. Lazarus would not die." And he was like, "I'm the resurrection and the life." And it's like, yeah, they were almost like, yeah, they didn't reject it, but it was like, because they were so overwhelmed with the grief for the loss of their loved one, right? Lazarus, their brother, the brother of Mary and Martha. Yeah, yeah, it's a family affair. Oh, yeah. So what did Yeshua do? Yeshua, he raised up a prayer, right? And when he raised up this prayer, notice how he prayed. He says, like, "Father," like I'm paraphrasing here, but he said, "Father, like, hear me, but I know you always hear me." And I'm basically saying this, right? Not because I have any doubt, but I'm saying this like for the benefit of those who stand by. Right? In other words, he was speaking to Father and was saying, like, to hear me, Father, but Father, like, Abba, Daddy, I know you always hear me, right? But I am saying this for the benefit of those who stand by, right? So even that sense of he's praying and asking for what he's asking for and saying that he already know that you do hear me. Somebody will say, "Lord, hear me," and they will wonder, we might wonder a little bit after we say that, did he really hear me? Am I just shouting out to a wall? Am I just shouting out into outer space? Am I just talking to myself? You know what I mean? These Satan, the spirit of Satan, of the adversary, the prosecutor, will start to prosecute your mind. So you got to get up on the advocate, right? The Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh. But here, the chord here is the connecting aspect. Notice what it says, especially for measuring. Now, I don't want to go too far off, even though we've been going into this right here, but it's like the word for prayer in Hebrew, tefillah. Tefillah from palal, falal, right, doesn't mean the same thing as the English word pray, right? Pray from the Latin has the sense of like beg, 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 beg. While in the Hebrew, tefillah from falal, palal means to judge something mentally, right? So prayer in the Hebrew sense is like a self-analysis, and we find this in the Psalms of David, those prayerful Psalms, and elsewhere, where, for example, when David says, "Let my prayer," right? Do we have that here? Let me see if we have that here. Hopefully we have that here. I'll let you hear the KJV. Right, here we go. "Let my prayer be set before thee as Aishans." Right? So Dawid knows that in the prayer, in the tabernacle worship, Aishans, incense is used. And he also understood the connection of prayer to incense, Aishans, from study of Torah. Right? This is why we have in Revelation where it says that the angels and the others within Revelation, they have the incense, they have the Aishans. And then it tells us in Revelation, the Chazon Yochanan, John the Revelator, tells us that the incense, the Aishans, is the prayers of the saints, right? That connection of prayer, right? And the incense, right? So as the incense is sweet, right, make our prayers, right, like it's sweet to say it's acceptable, and also it rises, right? And also when you burn incense, you transmute the incense from one state of matter to another state of matter. Did you know that? So even right there is a transference, right? Is a very spiritual activity in a very seemingly simple thing. You take some incense, right? Say you have some frankincense, you put it on the charcoal, right, and you burn it, and then as it burns, it's transforming from what it was, right, and it's going to a spiritual state. It's going from a physical state to a spiritual state. So there's even a sense of spirituality right there that we be missing, right? Even with the burnt offering are physical things. We put them on the fire, on the altar, and they transmute, right? What's left? Just ashes. The ashes. Like if you felt the animal, right? Like how heavy the animal was, and then you feel how heavy the ashes is. There's no comparison. What happened to the animal? Well, it went from the physical, the phi cycle, right, to the metaphysical, to the higher plane of existence. So even within, such simple, seemingly simple activities are examples scientifically, right, of spirituality. See, spirit is the air, the breath, the air. You see, people spook it out. They would like to spook it out. Oh, spiritual. I'm feeling so spiritual. Well, of course, you got breath, so you should feel something that is connected to spirit. 'Cause you got a breath, right? That's what it's about, true spirituality. But here's the verse.
Let my prayer be set forth before thee as incense, and the lifting up of my hands as the evening sacrifice. Evening sacrifice. Evening sacrifice. Evening sacrifice. Evening sacrifice. Evening sacrifice.
Did you hear?
Let my prayer be set forth before thee as incense. For thee as incense. For thee as incense.
So what Dawid is saying here, he's using words to say, all right, I don't got no incense. Say, if you understand the context of Psalm 141, you understand. Like Dawid was going through some situations. He was far from the sanctuary, and now, almost like in the wilderness, he's praying this prayer. Right? He's longing to be in the holy place, but he can't be there because he's on the run. He's been persecuted, right? So he would like to be in the holy place where all the elements, all the elemental, the furniture, the ark, everything is there, but it's not there where he's at, right? So he's still seeking to connect, as it were, right? So he says, let my prayer be as the incense, because I will bring the incense. The priest will set the incense, you know what I mean? But may my prayer be like the incense, right? And what does he say?
For thee as incense. 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 For thee. Let my prayer be set forth before thee as incense. As incense. Before thee as incense. As incense. As incense, as incense, as incense, as incense, as incense, and the lifting up of my hands as the evening sacrifice. The evening sacrifice.
You heard right there, and the lifting up of my hands as the. What was the evening sacrifice? The evening sacrifice was when ones would bring the mincha, they'll bring the offering, right, or the animal would be offered, right, and it'll be lifted up. The offering will be lifted up. The lifting up is what the offering is called, the teruma. Rum means to lift something, to raise something up. Teruma, the up offering, right? The up offering, right? Like I bring, say I bring corn or grain, right? To the priests and to the Levites. And when I come into the court, the Levites and the priests receive me and I lift it up, right? This is what I'm lifting up, both like symbolically to heaven, but to God's heaven on earth, right? In the tabernacle worship sense. Check. So he's saying, listen, I'm not in the holy place, but I still want to get into the holy. So let my prayer be as the Aishans. I don't have Aishans right now. I'm on the run, right? I don't have the mincha. I don't have the grain offering. I don't have any grain because I'm not by my fields and farms. I'm on the run. But please still engage me. Let's connect. You know what I mean? Let's connect right here. Right here. So here, we have the word kav. Just want to point out the line, right? And also with the Torah reading and feeding. So ones who then check out the 40th, right? I think we still have it. Yeah, we're going to try to keep that. I think on the one from the 7th, we didn't. But I guess when the subject matter is the psalm like this one, we'll keep that in the head and kind of talking out right here, but just like how we'll make it so that ones can follow up and find it within the midst of all the podcasts that are very similar but not distinctively, noted, right? So here, as we're going into this for what, almost more than an hour right here, going almost to 2 hours, just right here on the daily psalm right here, right? Because there's a connection. It's connecting. Hopefully it connects. Measuring. In Revelation it says, and a reed like a rod was given, right, to measure right? The tabernacle and those that worship therein. But the outer court was left to the dogs and to the Gentiles, the nation, especially for measuring. Figuratively, it's a rule, also a rim or a musical string, right? But it basically comes from the idea of a chord. And a chord symbolizes what? Connecting. You remember Tamar and Judah in the scene where Judah, the patriarch Yehuda, thought that Tamar, because how she was dressed, thought that she was a 304 or a prostitute or whatever, and you know the whole incident, Tamar and Judah, yeah, and he, and she had he said she said, what would you give me that you can? He wanted to lay with her, right? Have sexual, congress. He wanted to have a session of congress with her, and she said, well, what will you give me, right? Right. And he said, like, ask. And she had asked for his cord, right? Even that bracelet, he had like a bracelet which was type of a cord, right? Some say braided leather or otherwise, but it was a cord, right? Right. That, notice, when those things were brought forward later on, they would identify it as Yehuda. So it was very significant. His signet ring, his staff, but his cord, right? His connection, right? When everyone saw that cord, they're like, "Oh wow, that's Judah's cord right there," right? They connected that with Judah, right? So think about this when it says, "I've waited patiently," or waiting and waiting, avok aviti, right? Yahweh, right? Is connected with the kav, right? That connection. So the Hebrew sense of certain words, right? Like prayer, right? And like right here, waiting from Psalm 40 previously in this Shavua. So check out Psalm 40, right? The previous, for a little bit more. We go into a little more details there, right? But here it says their line is going out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. Now, who is the they? I just ask this one to one just to, prompt your own thinking here in this psalm. Who is the their line? Their line, right? Their line, right? The heavens, right? The heavens, right? Day to day, the heavens, the earth, day to day, right? Night to night. Their line is going out through all the earth, and their words. So they are speaking, right? Milah. So here the word for words is not the usual dabar. So usually the word dabar, like in the beginning was the word ha dabar. Dabar is word, right? In that sense of the word made flesh, the bar made flesh, right? Here we have another term that is translated as word milah, milah and mile, mile, milah. Milah is not word so much, but it's more like an utterance. It's more like a speech, like, a speech, an utterance. It's like more like a discourse, like a topic, right? A topic. So it's not like word in that sense, but it's more like a discourse. Mila, mila, mile, right? A topic, right? Sometimes brought out as, like a byword, a talking, a word, a converse. Just want to point that out. But their words all the same. They're discourses, right? So notice the course of the heavens as the heavens turn around the earthly plane, right? And we see the heavens from season to season, right? They say the sun, moon, and stars are for signs and seasons, days and years. So there's a discourse. So we notice that in ancient times, a very good book to read and to study here, like just on this subject here of the psalm, is Edward Bullinger's Witness of the Stars, Witness to the Stars. Now, we did a reprint of that where we saw a significant aspect of Rastafari revelation, right, in what was testified in that book. When it says, like, before the Son of Man come, there will be heavenly signs. And many of us as Rastafari say, yeah, before Lich Tafari, the man-child was born, there was heavenly signs. But yet they don't concretely, most don't point to, right, what these heavenly signs were, right? And there were heavenly signs prior to 1892, right? And there's a very good book that kind of brings it out. Our reprint, we actually did a foreword, like a preface, to note something about that, to zoom in on it. In fact, what we've been seeking to do, and we may have to do this, is take out that preface, right, that section where we go into it, and make it a separate PDF and disseminate it so ones and ones can kind of check it out for themselves. the signs, right? So we say that Tafari, the man child, is a fulfillment of this word in the scripture. And people say, no, he's not, because this and that. We can have evidence, heavy evidence. So Witness of the Stars, right? Witness to the Stars, right? That book by Edward Bullinger, right? If you can check it out on the LOJ, right? Get that reprint copy that we reprint, or just get a copy. You can get a PDF, right? We also, I think, have the PDF available at lojs.org. If we do have that PDF, if someone can, out in the chat, if someone can, one of the disciples, one of the brothers, sisters, find that link from the lojs.org, I would do that, but I'm working right here. If one can find that and kind of post that in the chat, and maybe also post that in the WhatsApp so one can kind of download. I think we should have our version as a PDF so one can get the PDF, or one can order and get a hard copy, right? So we have the PDF available so one can learn and study. If they want to support the ministry, get a hard copy, give thanks, or gift others a hard copy, give thanks for that. But be that as it may, that's a very important book, a very important work right there. They're there. We'll try to get this to you. Just take note. So their line is going out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. Now notice, this is right after they said that there no speech nor language, their voice not heard. You know what I'm saying? But they are words. So there is a discourse. That's why it doesn't use the word dabar, but uses the word mila, right? Because it's not words in a speaking sense, right? But it's words in a discourse or a topic, or there's a theme, chabarim, right? To the end of the world. In them hath he, right? Hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, right? The he there should be capital H, but it's speaking about, El, from the first verse, right? El, the Almighty. Has the Almighty set a tabernacle, right? Notice this, the word tabernacle is ohel. Ohel, right? Ohel is tabernacle tent, right? He set a tent for the Shemesh. The Shemesh is the sun, right? The sun, sun. The pseudo stuff that we be doing. I say we be doing because I've done it before, right? Don't do it so much anymore. Only for example, how people say, well, you see, the Son of God, the SON of God, it's actually the SUN of God. You see, because in English, how son and son is similar. They do that, and then they'll try to then figure out, well, I know more than the Hebrew and the Bible because I can see the translation. I hear the word son and son. SUN and SON, some will make you believe. That's a pseudo, right? That's a pseudo. They'll make you believe that SUN and SON, right? Like people say, oh, you see, Solomon is the son of man. What kind of goofy? I mean, yeah, it does make sense in the senselessness of English, if you can get it. It makes sense in the senselessness of English. So SOL is soul, and soul, SOL, in Latin. But is Solomon's real name Latin? So the Shemesh here is not speaking about like sun, like a sun, a SON. No, it's speaking about the solar sun, the Shemesh. But note what it says here. It says that in them, the heavens, the earth, right? In them, right? The day, the night, in them have he set a tent for the sun. So that means the ancients conceived, we look at the sun moving around, right? In the daytime, right? We look at the sun. So they conceive that when the sun is moving around in a tent. Isn't it interesting when you look at the nighttime sky? You ever look at the nighttime sky, like outside of the cities, right? And you notice the nighttime sky is open. You notice that it seems open, like the sky seems open. When the sun, right, comes forward, the sunlight comes forward, and the sun comes forward to our visible view from the earthly plane, the sun is always within its own tent. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about. Right? Just think about any time you saw the sun in the sky in the daytime. Notice you don't see the night. You don't see the stars. You see this blue or this white, this bluish white, right? And that's the bluish white is the tent, right? And then notice as the sun keeps going forward, right? As the sun keeps going forward, And as other places turn today, it's that same tent. So there's a tent. In other words, do you see the tabernacle of the sun? The tabernacle of the sun is like the ark. It's like that ark of the daytime sky. That arc of the daytime sky that is there, right? Like in the daytime, it may be a cleared sky and everything, and the sun will move from our perspective on the earthly plane from east to west, right? And then the night, the evening and night will come, and then there's open sky. You notice that, right? That arc, the arc that you see in the daytime, you don't see that arc at night, right? You really don't see that arc at night, right? It's interesting. I just want to point that out just to show that what the ancients were seeing, right, is what we can still see at the same time. But often, like, we'll read these things, right, and we'll hear like beautiful poetry, beautiful old English, composition, right? But we won't really see it. We won't really do it. We don't do it. We don't do what is said. We don't see what is said. We don't see if we can see what is said to see whether it's true from our point of view, right? Right. And it says right here, the tent for a tabernacle for the sun, the witch, bun a witch, right? So the witch there, bun a witch, right? The witch right there is false. It should have been who, right? Not which is as a bridegroom, but which, right? No, who as a bridegroom. Well, who are we talking about? Talking about the bridegroom. Well, who's the bridegroom? The bridegroom is the Shemesh, the sun, sun, or the solar, right? The solar orb calls the sun, right? No relation, right, to the son. Why I say no relation? Because the two words from a Hebrew perspective are as disconnected as day and night. Day is day and night is night, right? But in English, you can assume, you can make believe, right? In the prison of English, in the prison of the Greco-Roman, the later day Anglo-American, the prison of the Babylon, the confusion, you can make believe that sun is son. You can make believe that the name Solomon, right, from the Hebrew, right, means solar of a man, because it's soul, oh man. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Let's get out of that. I mean, that's like some things we do as a child. I thought as a child and everything. Let's put away the childish ways, right? Who is as, so the Shemesh is as a bridegroom, a chotain, right, coming out of his chamber, rejoicing as a strong man to run a race. Now, even right here in the Hebrew Psalm 19, right here, Dawid is themed a Mizmor le Dawid, a psalm of David, right? David here and other Hebrews and Israelites conceive of the sun, right, even metaphorically or allegorically, right, as a man, as a strong man, not a man, but a strong man. The word here is gibor. Gibor. Any one of these words, we can take you a little ways down the rabbit hole, right? What I mean by the rabbit hole? Well, there's some people that they talk about, like the giants. Remember in the early part of the Bible, in Genesis, especially Genesis chapter 6, oh, the giants, and these were the giants and the Gibor, and they'll make it seem like it's woo woo woo, it's a bad, it's an evil thing, Gibor, because in that context, right, it is being used of those men of renown. Some people say Nephilim, some people say they were, fallen angels, and that's a whole other area. But the word Gibor, they basically look at the Gibor, right? I've heard some people even talk about, yeah, the Gibor are the fallen angels. What? That's pseudo. No, the Gibor in Hebrew means a strong man. It means a man, but it means a man, particularly a strong man. So Gibor is not. Remember, I told you before that there are like 4 words in Hebrew, right? That's always translated as man in the KJV. There is Adam, there is Ish, right? There's Enosh, and there's Gibor, right? And Gibor right here, it means a man, yes, but what kind of man? It means a strong, like a mighty. as to a man of might, like a warrior, like a strong man. Or it can also be in a sense like in the land, it can be like a farmer. A farmer is a strong man. A warrior is a strong man. You know, like in ancient times, to farm land, you had to have strength. You know what I mean? You know, to break up the clods of the land, turn over the soil, prepare the ground, right? And also to be a warrior, you have to be mighty. You have to be brave. You know what I mean? Here. So the Gibor is a strong man. The Gibor is a powerful man, is a warrior. In the bad connotation or the bad use of might, it means a tyrant. And often this word in the KJV after the colon and the hyphen has been translated as a champion. The Gibor can be the champion in context, the chief man, the giant. So the giants were the Giborim, the giants. Giborim means giants. No, the giants were powerful, right? Or they were powerful ones, those beings. They were beings of might. They were beings of strength. You know what I'm saying? Right? Just as a man, regular man, any of us as a man, right? We can be men of might, men of power, men of bravery, right? A mighty man, a valiant man, right? A valiant man, a strong man. So it means man, but it means directly more better. Gibor means a strong man or a mighty man, right? To run a race. So here, the sun, the sun, sun, the solar orb called the sun, in Hebrew, the Shemesh, is conceived of as a bridegroom that comes out of his chamber. So right here, Dawid is showing us, even in the latter days, that in ancient times, the bridegroom would have his chamber, right? It's kind of giving us little hints to the culture of the ancient time, right? And so the sun, when the sun comes forward, right, the Shemesh, right, from the Hebrew perspective and from Dawid, what Dawid is expressing here is likened to the same way a Israelite or a Hebrew bridegroom would come out of his chamber. You know what I mean? It's almost like after the marriage and like after like the honeymoon night, so to speak. You know what I mean? You know, coming out of his chamber. You know, everybody look at the bridegroom. He looked happy. Yeah, things worked out well, right? That's the way it is when the sunlight, emphasizing light, when the light rises. You know what I'm saying? And rejoiceth as a strong man, as a Gibor, to run a race. See, a Gibor, though the race is not for the swift and the battle not for the strong, but the strong man, because he know he got wherewithal. You know, like if you practice for something, you know what I mean? For a race, you've been practicing for it, like a marathon. When it's ready, you can rejoice because you know, yo, I'm fit, I'm ready for it. That's how the Shemesh is coming forward. So it's like the day, when the day, you know, so Dawid here is describing the day. You know, like when the day come forward, this is what it be like. This is what it be like, right? The Shemesh is like the bridegroom coming out of his chamber. The Shemesh is like the strong man rejoicing to run, right? To run an orach, to run an orach. Now notice the orach here. The race is not like the race. It can be, right? But this sense is like a way, a path. Notice that the heavenly luminaries, the sun, right, the moon, and the stars, they have their paths, right? Ancient people before these modern cities clouded the heavenly view, they understood this. If we were still out in the country or out in the open sky and we observed the night, we would notice this. We would notice, hey, you know, the season is changing, right? Because one could see the clock, the heavenly clock is showing us that, right? Because there's a consistent way, a consistent path. You'll notice that the sun goes along one path, right, in one season, right? And then in other seasons, it goes another path. I've been noticing that where I'm at right here for a couple of decades now. It's an interesting thing, right? Like in wintertime, the sun is more south, right? You know, knowing my direction, which direction is north. Try to get to know your direction, where you're at. Which way is north? Which way is south? Which way is east? Which way is west? Right? Which way you see the sunlight rising, right? And here comes the sun, right? So the sun in wintertime seems to be from an earthly perspective, seems to be more in the south, right? While, you know, in the summertime, it's more almost like directly overhead, right? You know, towards relatively more towards the north, right? Or at least more towards, yeah, more towards the northern part, right? You know, going from east, right, to the west. So here, this brings out that these observable things, right, even for heavenly luminaries, right, right, speaking their speech, talking their talk, but not using speech like words, reasonings, you know, like we reason, but they're telling us something. So here you see where it says a well-trodden road. And you'll notice if you're in the same spot and throughout some seasons, you'll notice from season to season, right, it's well trodden. In this season, the sun will be angled over here, right? If you in that same spot. And then when wintertime come, you notice like, where's the sun? Why the sun is way over there? Huh. Right. And then all through wintertime, it'll be way over there. All through summertime, it'll be over here. Right. And notice what it said, like as a road. Orach, right? To run a race. Right. Then it tells us here in verse 6, this is the first section. So the first 6 verses is speaking about the witness to the true good, the true God, the creator, Elohim, Eloheinu, right? The in the heavens, right? So one of the witnesses, right, to be the creation. We say creation, the heaven and earth, but namely the heavens and the movement of the heavens and earth, and also in the orderliness as well, and also in Torah. So here, the last part of the first witness. So the first witness is these 6 verses of creation, the heavens and earth. The first witness. That's universal. Everybody can see that. All right, you know what I mean? That's for everybody. You see what I'm saying? Notice that first witness, everybody sees the first witness. Right? This is why much of ancient spirituality, religion, belief, right, often connected whatever the people's deities or gods or belief systems, right, with some of their observations of this and that, but not quite as perfectly, right, as the Hebrew, right, and the Torah way, right? But here it says his going forth, although sometimes their translations are better. I got to say that, right? Because sometimes they're translating it for them. You know what I'm saying? That's why we have to do our own, you know, we don't work. His going forth from the end, right, of the heaven, right? So that means that there's an end of the heaven. Mm. Right? Well, in perspective, right, if you observe, right, where the sunlight rises and the orb moves, and then where it goes in the evening time, you know, you can see the end to end perspectively wise. His going from the end of the heavens, actually it's heavens, like the first verse when it said heavens. Sometimes they do this. Usually the word for heaven is plural, right? A dual plural, right? Heavens and his circuit. His what? His circuit, his tekufa. You remember when I talked about how the first 7 months of the holy Hebrew year has the 7 feasts and festivals? And then when we come to the time of the 7th month and the day of trumpets, that corresponds with Rosh Hashanah, the head of the year or the beginning of the civil year. And I speak about, well, it's the end of the year because the end of the 7 months where we have the 7 feasts and festivals. And then it's called the end of the year. So in a sense, the year is kind of bifurcated into 2 parts according to the Torah. That's why we have the Rosh Hashanah, or even the Ethiopia Kingdom of God, the Addis Ahmet, around that same September, October time, because the September, October time, according to Torah, is what's called the end of the year. So when we get to the 7th month, we get to the final feasts and festivals, and the Torah tells us at the end of the year that that time of the 7th month is the end of the year. So it's not literally speaking of the 12 or 13 or however many months one's one account according to different traditions. It's talking about the tikufa. The word it uses is the tikufa. So when you see where it says the end of the year, if you go look up in the Bible end of the year, you'll find that the word is tikufa. Tikufa, kuf, there it is. Kufa, tikufa means the coming round, the circuit of time or space. It's a turning, a circuit. And you'll notice around the 7th month, the 7th moon, roughly September, October, you'll notice how seasons change. And if you're observant, you'll notice that the course of the sun also changes, right? The course of the sun also changes. That's why when we get to the 7th month, the 7th moon, we have the fall festivals, the autumnal festivals, and this is where we have the second harvest, and it's called the harvest at the end of the year, because the end of the agricultural aspect of the year corresponding with our feast and festivals, our appointments, right? And the tikufa is a revolution, you know, as the heavens turn around the earthly plane, but it's a revolution of the what? Of the sun, the Shemesh. It's a course of time. So time changes roughly around the September, October, Hebraically the 7th month, where we have the last three, the 5th, 6th, and 7th feasts and festivals, namely the Day of Trumpets called Rosh Hashanah, right? The New Year at the end of the year, right? Oh, yeah. And then 10 days after, we have the Day of Atonement. And then 5 days after, right? 5 days after, we have we have Sukkot. In fact, Vaughn Benjamin, do we have him up here on this tune right here? Vaughn Benjamin, right? He brings us out in this tune called Belial, right? Well, it's a twofold, Belial, right? Or be loyal, right? Belial, be loyal. But I think he talks about in this particular tune, give thanks to Ross Seymour, you know, for pointing out this tune. He talks about something that occurs in the 7th month, right? The 7th month, according to Leviticus, right? Leviticus. Let's see if we can bring this up right here. Take a little pause for the chorus right here, here, here. Okay, we're loading up the tune. The tune should be ready now. Here, here, here. See if you can listen when we talk about the 7th month, right? The 7th month on the 15th day, the 15th day of the 7th month. We'll try to hit the horn around that time, right? Just to bring it to heart and mind. So right here, 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 just a little interlude right here, right? Whoa.
To be loyal and to praise the King, but them a be loyal and not praise the King. To be loyal and to praise the King, them is be loyal and to praise the King. Yeah, for now shall I praise prevail, to see the confounded your enemies head. All them intellectual deep got spilled, and them full numbers amount to nil. Them is be loyal not to praise the King. Why? Technological overkill. Them machine just a mash them in civil for denial of the King of Kings. Them is be loyal not to praise the King. 1932 sides are earth. It is a falling and a bird, and the 13 in the number will be the annual cycle still. Be loyal not to praise the King. Them is be loyal not to praise the King. For any reason a good man held down. Levity 23 without cause. Computer cursor writing in cursive. And the 15th day of the 7th month, for 7 days the harvest will, with the feast of inundation still. War, war, war. 7th month, 15 days, 7 days of it, and the 8th month up to 23, and it shall be holy, and the statute forever beyond to I and I Rastafari generationally. The psychological index of their mood swings stop marking. You looking at their fears and hopes, and the money change location knows. The lion not to praise the king, the lion not to praise the king. Oh yeah. For see, riches on the skin be pores, and come civilize Europe the most. Now come coronation time, and there is a panic on the other side. Stock market crash, depression slide, but the Judea lion has arrived. And should the children warm up the chill, things could get yet warmer still. Lion, and to be like and accepted is cool, and it's the weather mentioned again, you're a fool. And it's visible your side profile. Be ruled by weather concern, the loot, the tool. As the population vote their will, and put back the wicked, want them still, and collectively foot and hand the bill. And late night got to take keep tranquil. Ever since science found out how interrelated is the resource and must need sharing, and look where everything needed is located. So them a be loyal not to praise the king. Oh yeah. Them agricultural and them military wing. Upon these Jews them concentrating. Whoa. Be liar. Be liar.
Lion of Judah Society.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Yes. So there in Belial, Belial, be loyal, right? Interesting pun right there, but interesting truth also brought out right there. And K. Becker, aka Vaughn Benjamin's tune right there, speaking about the fall festival season and that part of the tune right there. They're there from Belial, be loyal. So here you see we just looked up end of year, right, to the point that was made about the Tekufa from Psalm 19, today's daily psalm, the two witnesses of the true good, the true God, the true witnesses of Elohim, of Yahweh Eloheinu. Here we find it in today's daily psalm, Psalm 19. So here's to the point that we was making before. Okay, check this out. So we have end of year, right? So here I'm going to click on the words for end and show you some of the different Hebrew root words that are used, but the English translates them all the same as end. So yes, it might be an end, but in what context? So just a brief overview right here to get to our point. Here we have eights, right? Eights, right? Eights mean end, eights, right? Here we have eights in the sense of extremity, end, eights, right? The eights, right? Genesis 41 and 1, 41:53, it says, that was in the land of Egypt were ended. My kala means ended, like accomplished, ceased, determined, finished, kind of fulfilled. My, it is finished. My kala right here. Kula, as Yeshua, right, according to our studies, truly said in the Hebrew. My kula from this root kala, right, were finished, were completed, were perfected, completed, fulfilled, accomplished. Right? So we have eight so far in Kala. Here in 47:18 it says, when that year was ended, here it has the word tamam. So far we have eight, Kala, right? Tamam also mean completed, right? Completed, finished, at an end. But each of these senses is a particular sense. When we have the time, go through it, but we just want to kind of show and prove, right? Just something right here. All this is end, right? So, like if I'm reading somebody, I say, well, when it says, and it came to pass at the end, is not the same as like the previous end. They'll be like, oh, you stupid. Because look at the word end. But then in the Hebrew, right, who will be stupid there? Here we have gates, like the first one, gates, the extremity, the gates. Right, came to pass at the gates of 430 years. Right. Then over here in Exodus 23:16, where it says down here, it says, and the feast of ingathering. Right. This is what Von Benjamin in the Quebec tune, when he talk about Leviticus, right? Leviticus and computer writing in cursive, like right there. Yeah. So here it says in the end of the year, it says, and the feast of ingathering. Now, when the feast of ingathering occurs, it occurs in the end of the year, right? So you notice right here, some of the end of the year, the feast of ingathering occurs in the 7th month. So the 7th month, according to what's written here in the Torah, right, the translation is the end of the year. So what word for end it uses here? It uses yatzah. 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 What is yatzah? Yatzah is the going out. It's like the exiting. The exiting. Yatzah. Yatzah means like to kind of like go out or to come out. Like if I'm in here and I yatzah, like I exit out of here. Like I was over there, like in there, and then I came out of there. So the Exodus in Hebrew, we call the Exodus in the Hebrew Yetziat Mimitzrayim. Yetziat Mimitzrayim. The Yetziat is the exiting or the coming out, me from Mitzrayim. Coming out from Mitzrayim. Yetziat mi Mitzrayim. The coming out from the going out, the exiting. All right. So here, the sense of this end is not like end, but it's like at the exiting, at the what? At the exiting of the Shana. The Shana is the year. Shana, a year, division of time. But let's go to the roots. Let's go down here to the roots, right? Right? In the roots, right? The Shana is to do, the repeat. Right? To repeat, to do again, to change or alter, the sense of changing or altering, but changing or altering through a sort of a repetition, through a sort of a reduplication, through a sort of a redundancy, right? Like a repeating, right? So right here we have the feast, as it says right here, scroll down, the feast of ingathering, right? The ingathering of the crops, the Asif, the feast of Asif, Ha-Asif, the feast of the Asif, Ha-Asif. Asif is the ingathering, right? So Hebraically, we have two harvests. There's two harvests, right? We have the harvest, so we just had Pentecost or the Shavuot, the Feast of Weeks. We're after Passover, right? We count 7 Shabbats complete, right? And then on the morrow after the 7th Shabbat, so if the Sabbath is the Saturday, then on the first day, the Shavuot, right? That resurrection day, the first day, that is when the Feast of Pentecost was called Pentecost, or the 50th day. So 50 days after the 50 days after first fruits that occurred during the Passover season, do we have the first of the two harvests, right? And then we have, that's the first harvest, and then we have the latter harvest. It's like when the scripture says the first rain and the latter rain, right? The rain helps with the harvest, of course. So here we have the feast of ingathering that occurs at the Yatzah of the Shana, that occurs at the exiting or the outgoing of the year, right? And the outgoing of the year is symbolized Hebraically that time of September, October, Hebraically the 7th moon, where we know the season, that's the autumn time, right? Or some call the fall, right? Autumn time, right? When thou hast gathered in thy labors, right, out of the field, because the season is changing here. So we notice that the holy feasts and festivals, right? With the exception of the Shabbat. The Shabbat is in season during the 7 feasts and festivals, 7 months, and also the Shabbat is out of season. When we're out of season, when we're out of the times of the appointments, the covenant keeping appointments, right? If you want a summary, Leviticus 23 kind of gives you an overview right there, right? Hold on for a moment. Oh, there we go. All right. Give an overview right there. So here it says, when thou hast gathered in thy labors of thy field. Now, here's the part we sought to get to with Psalm 19. I think it was, what was that, verse 5, verse 6, right? Here it says, and thou shalt observe, Exodus 34:22, and thou shalt observe the feast of weeks. That's the Shabuot, right? Called Shabuot, or what's called Pentecost, the Shabuot, right? Shabua is a week. You know, when we say Shabua Tov, Chavarim, Shabua, week, 7 days from Sheba. Sheba is 7, right? Sheba, like Sheba, Sheba, right? Sheva, right? 7. Shabua is like the 7 days comprising the week. And the Feast of Weeks is Shabuot. The oat there, the pluralization, Shabuot, right? And there, that is the 7 weeks. Remember, it says we count 7 weeks, right? Complete, right? So, well, not literally says we count 7 Shabbats, because Shabbat is the 7th day. So the 7th day seals up that respective Shabua, right? And so it's called Shabuot, right? So then it says of the first fruits of wheat harvest, right? So in this verse here, it's speaking of 2 feasts, 2 of the 3 times in the year. So you see the verse 34:22, to observe the feast of weeks, right? The Chag Shabuot, and that is the first fruits of the wheat harvest. So that time that we count the Omer, right? The 7 weeks from the first fruits offering to the feast of weeks, to the feast called Pentecost, 50 days later, right? We're given time for the wheat, the chita. We're given time for the chita. What is the chita? Chita, the chita sound like chita, right? Chita, the chita, the chitim, right? The chita is the wheat. So we're given time for the wheat to grow. Remember, Passover, the beginning of the feast and festival of Passover begins in the month of Abib. Abib means barley, the barley. So barley grows quicker, right, in the land than the wheat, right? So the barley, right? So Passover begins in the time of the season of barley, right? And then from the first fruits of the Passover time, we count the 7 Shabbats, right, all the way to the 7th Shabbat. And then on the next day, the morrow after the 7th Shabbat, is the Chag HaShabuot, the Feast of Weeks, the Feast of the 7 weeks. And what is the Feast of the 7 weeks? It's the first fruits of the wheat harvest. And now this is the second of the 2. This verse is speaking about 2 observations. So basically, there are 3 times in the year. There's the Passover time, there's the Pentecost or the Shavuot time, and then thirdly, there's the Feast of Ingathering. That's the third of the 3 times. So during these 3 times, we cover 7 appointments, the 7 appointed feasts and festivals. Once again, Leviticus 23 sums it up pretty well, right? So here it says, and the feast of what? Of Ingathering, right? The feast of Ha-Asif, Chag Ha-Asif, the feast of Ingathering, gathering in at the year's end. So we have 2 verses in Torah so far right here that speaks of the year's end. So when we talk about there's the holy year from the March, April time, roughly, right? And then when we get to the September, October time, we come into the civil portion of the year, the Rosh Hashanah portion of the year. All of this is Torah, right? It's scripture based. You know, when we really chew, you know, we chew our food, when we chew it well, right? And the Feast of Ingathering, just showing how it works together, how it fits together, and how it paints a big picture. And when we see this big picture, we say, wow. We say, wow, behold Yahweh's order. His good. Well, so right here, the feast of ingathering at the year's end. So look, let's look at this word end here. The word end, there go our word right there. There go the word tekufa, right? Tekufa, 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 right? That's the coming round, the circuit of time or space, the turning, right? So as the heavens are turning around the earthly plane around that time of the year, we get to see the seasons change, right? And then we also are fulfilling our 7 covenant appointments in the 3 times in the year, right? So how the feasts and festivals do have their, in the first of the 2 truths, their agricultural or on the ground significance, right? So what's happening is the sun cycle, the Shemesh cycle, the sun cycle is changing, right? So now I went all the way here because I thought it was necessary to go all the way here. So now that you see that verse, when we read the 6th verse here, his going forth from the end. What's that word end in the Hebrew? Right? Here's the katzeh. Katzeh, as we had, remember the katzeh? When we went through the different words, there was a kates. Kates is related to katzeh. Katzeh is the fuller form of the word kates. Kates, katzeh, 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 katzeh. Here we had kala, right? We had, I think, kala. We had tamam. We had yatzah, and then we had our word tikufa. But here we have the first of the 2 here at the extremity. See the difference of the end, right? So we can know the ends, right? Know the ends, know the different ends. Katzeh, right? Ketzeh, katzeh, ketzeh, which is the extremity, right? The extremity. Now this word can be applied to like the extremity of something, the mouth of something, the border, the outskirts, right? The end in that sense, right? To the extremity, right? In various applications and in various Hebrew idiomatic, ways. But here it's saying his going forth, his what? Notice this word, his motzah. Now remember we touched on the word for end, it was yatzah, in the sense of, I said it means the coming out, the exiting. Well, motzah comes from the root word of motzah. Let's scroll down here, is yatzah, right? Yatzah is the verb, right? To go out, to exit. The word motzah, right? The word motzah here, right, is a noun, right? It's like a going forth. Let's scroll down here. You see, it's a noun masculine, motzah. Now, how many of y'all know the Hebrew prayer, the blessing, not the prayer, but the blessing over the bread, right? You know the blessing over the bread? Baruch, in the plain modern Hebrew sense, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, ha-motzi lechem min haaretz, right? In other words, Baruch atah Adonai, blessed are you, Adonai, blessed are you, Lord, Eloheinu, our Elohim, our God, power, creator, right? Melech HaOlam, universal king, king of the universe, eternal king. The second part, that's the opening, that's the formula for the blessing. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu Melech HaOlam, or with the tetragrammaton, Baruch atah Yahuwah, Eloheinu Melech HaOlam, right? The formula of blessing. In other words, a blessing is not a blessing without that formula. At least a word of blessing, Hebraically. The second part is what changes up, depends on what the blessing is. The second part is how motzi. How what? Motzah, how motzi. Speaking of how motzi, speaking of Yahweh as the bringer, right? Yahweh as the source, right? He's the one who causes, right? How motzi, the one who brings, who yatzah, motzah, how motzi, the one who brings lechem. Lechem is bread. Lechem, like Bethlehem, right? Lechem, right? Who brings bread, mean from haaretz, who brings bread from the earth, right? So that's the blessing of the bread. And that's how Yeshua was known to those from the Emmaus Road, right? They didn't know who it was. They was talking about Christ and how they thought that Yeshua was the Christ. And then Christ is right there, but they don't see him. They don't recognize him, right? They don't know it's him. And then they invite him in, to sit down and have supper because the evening time, They had good hospitality, right? And then Yeshua, they obviously say, you're our guest, so you say the bracha, right? You say the bracha over the bread, right? And Yeshua said, he said, Baruch atah Yahweh Eloheinu melech haolam hamotzi lachem min haaretz, and then breaking the bread, and they're like, whoa, it's him, and then according to Luke, he disappeared from them, and they ran back to Jerusalem, and then he was there in Jerusalem among the brethren. My point is how he was known in the blessing. But the point of this word here, motzah, right, is referring more to his going forth, right? His kind of, for lack of a better word, his emanation. Now, as the King Messiah, the elect of God says that man is not emanated from a deity. Well, this is true, of course, biblically speaking, because man wasn't emanated. See, when Yahweh spoke the word emanated from him and created what needed to be created, right? As light emanates from a light source, or as heat emanates from a fire. But man was what created, right? The whole big point right there, people get that confused. They think that Majesty's denying something. He's denying emanation philosophy, and he's doubling down on what they call creationism or creation, right? Basically, emanation says that according to emanation, it can be without a creator. It can be just like a kind of a evolutionary, accidental kind of process. This thing just happened to be. Well, then how come the heavens keeps going about in order and they don't crash into each other? And we can feel calm and at ease, right? According to what they said, if everything is created by an accident, right, without a prime mover. So the difference between emanation philosophy and creation, right, the creationism, is that creation states that there must have been a prime mover. Emanation philosophy says they did not have to be a prime mover. In other words, emanation philosophy says there is no God, right? Based on the philosophy. The word is not the bad thing, is what I'm trying to say to you, right? But people don't know what the word is. So people say, oh, His Majesty denied being this, he denied being that, right? He says man, he made it very clear to the Rastafari that man is not emanated from a deity, from a God, right? Basically, he didn't want us to get caught up on all these other kind of spiritualities and spookisms, right? The very thing that we have to go preach the good news and live the good news, because many of our people are kind of caught up on these strange philosophies, right? That contradict the teaching of His Majesty, as found and contained, in a truthful reading and reception of the Bible, right? Objectively speaking, his going forth from the end of the heavens, so his, right, from the katzeh, right, from the end's extremity. Remember how I said that in summertime, right? Summer seasons, I see the sun, like when I watch the sun in the area I am, it's like almost directly overhead. It's like viewable, visible, right? Like close to. But then in the wintertime, it's like far, it seems far south, right? When I look at through one of the south windows, it's like far south. Or go up to the roof, it's like way over there. You know what I mean? It's wild. It's like at the edge. It's like when you put a needle on the edge of a record, it's like that. And his circuit going round and round to the ends of it. Now, if you read the English, look at this. If you read the English, right, we have the katzeh here, right? The katzeh here. So it uses this one for this one, but it was this verse that we was at, right? Which verse? The tekufa. Okay, it was up here. My bad. Verse 4, right? Here's the verse right here. Tekufa. That line is going out through all the earth, and their words to the what? And their words to the katzeh. Right, where's the word tekufa? Right, tekufa. Right, where was the word tekufa? Right, that's bug. I know somebody's probably saying it. I'm not seeing it right here. Hold on, tekufa. Give me one moment. Tekufa. Which word right? It was end here, God said. But we got that God said. So we did look at the God said right there to run a race. His going forth from his circuit, right? My bad, my bad. Here, notice that. Up here, Tikufa is circuit. Tikufato. Tikufato in the verse. Tikufato. Right? His circuit. Right? Now notice this right here. Look at the word. What's the word? The word is the H8622. So I'm giving you some kind of like best practices and procedures. Right? What was it? 8622? Right? 8622? No, not that. Not that. Not that. 8622. There we go. Let's look at this. Is this our word? Tekufa. Notice the word tekufa, right? The verse that we pointed to, Exodus 34:22, tekufa, right? Here they put it as end. You see that? Uh-huh. Right? Tekufa. Right? Tekufa. They have it as end here. Okay, yeah, and over here in 1 Samuel 1:20, wherefore it came to pass when the time was come, when the time was tekufa, right? When it came round to Kufa after Hannah had conceived, right? Then in Second Chronicles 24:23, and it came to pass at the end, at the Tekufa of the year. You see, we can even use this understanding of the Tekufa to understand exactly what time of the year it was. Because some of you say, well, the Bible don't have like dates and times. Well, it does have dates. It does have calculation of time. Right? Not in the Western Gentile sense, but it does have calculation of time. And it came to pass at the end of the year. Right? Notice the phrase. Then we get over here in Psalm 19:6. Wow, that is interesting. Tekufa, right, only appears how many times here? Only appears in 4 verses. We have the first verse that speaks about the fall festival season in the 7th month, roughly September, October. And then over here, it spoke about Tekufa concerning Hannah, right? Wherefore it came to pass when the time was come, about after Hannah had conceived, right? Also kind of pointing to the time of the year, Tekufa, the 7th month, September, October. Then over here, right, it says in 2 Chronicles 24:23, and it came to pass at the end of the year. This is similar to how we have it in the first verse, right? So Hebraically, this is the way to say around what season it was, right? That the hosts of Syria came up against him, and they came to Yehuda, Judah, and Jerusalem, and destroyed all the princes of the people from among the people, and sent all the spoil of them to the king of Damascus. So it's telling around what time of the year this was. But now here, this right here is interesting because Psalm 19, verse 6, here it has a circuit. So because I was looking up the word "and," I wanted to bring out that point. I didn't even see that this word "and" right here. Notice we have "and" here, the God said, the extremity, right? And then notice that the word circuit, as we have it, right? As we have it over here, where's the word circuit, right? We have the word "and," the extremity. They're words to the extremity, to the edge of the world. Now, even the word world, right, is peculiar. The word world is a tabel. The tabel is world, but it's world as the moist and inhabitable portions of the earth. So over here, it's speaking about the moist and inhabitable portions. Not talking about the extreme, because there are parts of the earth that are not really habitable. I mean, people can be there, but it's hard conditions. It's not where you would want necessarily to be. So this is speaking about the well-watered places. So it's the earth like the well-watered places, the places in the earth that are well-watered. If you notice ancient civilizations, many of them always seem to have begun by rivers, river valleys, places that it was well watered. So this is what it's saying right here. Their line has gone through all the earth, and their words to the extremity of the world. If you look at the earth and the cycles of the sun, you'll notice that there's the tropic, the tropic of Capricorn, of Cancer, the equator. Either it will be higher up along the equator, the path of the sun, or it'll be further, right, towards the southern portion, right, further away from that table. So the really moist places of the earth is right over there. If you really look at it, it's not so far north, it's not so far south. That's why it says in their words, to the end of the world, or the end of the moist and inhabitable portions of the earth. Right? Just to bring out that sense. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as the bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoice of a strong man to run a race, his going forth from the end, from the extremity, from one end to the next. So notice, here's the next thing. When we think about the end, we think about, okay, beginning and end. Are you thinking about this linear? If you think about it linear, you're going to miss what the scripture is saying. It's not speaking about it linear, but speaking about it like circular, not as a line just going just to ad infinitum, but talking about a cycle, a circuit, a circle. It's like the extremity, right, is like on the edge of the circle. It's not talking about the beginning or the end of the line. It's not like the end of, you know what I'm saying? That's why there's different words for end. It's not the end of the line, but it's like the edge. You know what I mean? Like when you put a needle, I'm gonna use the same example, a needle on a record, right? Where do we often put it? Well, if we want to play the whole thing, we start at the edge, right? So the way the needle plays, so to speak, right, like on a record, the opposite sense is given here in the psalm concerning, right, the movement from an earthly perspective of like the sun, moon, and stars, but mainly the sun, right? So you know how you put the record, needle at the edge, and then as it plays, it goes around the circle, and then it goes to the center, right? Well, imagine the opposite, moving in the opposite direction is what the psalm is bringing out right here. From, of course, an earthly perspective, the geocentric folk, not the geocentric, the heliocentric folk. We'll be more the geocentric folk, because the psalm here is given from a geocentric perspective, right? Not a heliocentric. Yes, the sun is being spoken of, but it's being spoken of from an earthly perspective, right? As it's moving, from east to west, from the observer point of view. I mean, that right there is really the only thing that we really know is true. Now, I know I spent a lot of time right here on this, right? But sometimes we have to touch on some of the basics, go over the basics again, because redundancy is important for education, right? And growing in knowledge, right? Redundancy, growth is even based on redundancy, like repetition, repeating, redundancy. It's like if you're sharpening a sword, you can't just swipe it one time. You might have to go over it, keep going over it so you can get it well sharp, and then you can use it. So this is what we're seeking to do right here. Now, with this psalm right here, speaking of creation, right? One part is incomplete without the other. And in combination, right, as we mentioned, they point here in today's daily Psalm 19, it points to the two sources of knowledge of the true good, the true God, right, of Yahweh Elohim, right, that man possesses and is able to possess. The marvels of his creation, as seen in the starry heavens, right, and in the sunny skies, right, and the divine character of the moral law, right? This is what picks up from verse 7. So we spend time here addressing the first witness, the witness of the heavens, right? The starry heavens, right? And the sunny sky, right? And the observation of the wonders, right? Thereof. That is one witness to the true good, the true God, and the orderliness of it. Remember, they told us that all this started by accident. You know what I mean? What? So if it started by accident, why are not accidents keep going on? I'm not talking about the accidents of men and people. I'm talking about accidents in the creation. See, it's different because, the creation keeps running tick-tock, 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 right? In season, out of season. Men and people, because we have so-called free, right? So-called free will, we be doing things and we be causing the problems, right? but we observe his heaven, the creation, right? And even, the created things that have been created and the order, right? And the beauty, we know that there must be, right, a prime mover, right? A designer, architect, right? Because listen, we've all seen accidents, right? And God have mercy on those who have been in these accidents. But creation doesn't come out of that. Let me just point it out. Creation doesn't, you know what I'm saying? That's almost the exact opposite, right? Logically, that is, dissonant, cognitively speaking, right? But here we have these two witnesses, right? Of the creation and of Torah, right? And of Torah, right? There are two things. The philosopher Kant has said this, and we quote him here, right? There are two things that fill my soul, my psyche, with holy reverence, respect, and ever-growing wonder. What are the two things? The spectacle of the starry sky that virtually annihilates us as physical beings, just seeing how great, how wide, what I mean, how wide, how great, how awesome, and then we see ourselves in comparison, right? And the moral law, the what? The moral law, the Torah, his moral law, Torah, and the moral law that is able to rise up and raise I and I up, right, to infinite, right, dignity as intelligent, as Yahweh's intelligent agents. Now, of course, I had to insert some of my own right there in the philosopher Kant statements, but all the same, right, in the context of today's daily psalm, it is right and accurate. Right here. Of course, there's a little more we want to bring. We'll try to still touch on it. But right here, we have a little dub wise. Let's be wise, dub wise. A little dub wise for today's daily psalm. Right, today's daily psalm right here. Let's bring it out. Here. Yeah.
Psalm 19.
מזמור י"ט למנצח מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד מזמור לדוד.
The heavens declare the glory of God, 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 glory of God.
השמיים מספרים כבוד אל כבוד אל כבוד אל כבוד אל כבוד אל כבוד אל.
And the firmament showeth his handiwork, his handiwork, his handiwork, his handiwork, his handiwork, his handiwork.
ומעשה ידיו מגיד הרקיע 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 הרקיע.
Day unto day uttereth speech, 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 day uttereth speech.
יום ליום יביע עומר 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 עומר.
And night unto night showeth knowledge, 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 showeth knowledge.
ולילה ללילה יחווה דעת, 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 דעת.
There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward. Who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer.
Yes, 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 yes. So simply put, the two witnesses to true good, the true God, the God and Father, our Lord and Savior, Yeshua HaMashiach. We have revelation of Elohim, of the Almighty, Ha'el, right? The revelation of Ha'el in nature, in the natures, in nature, right? Verses 1 to 6, right? And then we have the revelation of Elohim in Torah, the revelation of Ha'el, the Almighty in Torah. These are the two witnesses, right? The two witnesses here in today's daily psalm, in Psalm 19, and in verses 7 to 11 of today's daily psalm is a very good kind of focus, especially for us as in Torah reading and feeding. And then we have verses 12 to 14, the closing part of today's daily psalm. That's a prayer for Yahweh's, for Jehovah's help, for his guidance. We can say guidance, protection, for his help, a prayer, a closing prayer in Psalm 19. In Psalm 19. Now we spent a little bit of time on this theme. Now, of course, we have the Torah reading and feeding right here. And there was another link that we was going to bring together, from the Midrash study, right, regarding this Torah reading and feeding here. We have Balak, right? So let's just bring this out here. Let's do this right here. Okay, so right here. Let's clear the screen right there so you can see this. Now, this is from the link at the lojs.org here for this 40th sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong. Just a kind of a quick kind of an overview right here. So we do as much as we can decently and in order, right? We had the fifth reading, right, for this day, the fifth day of the Shabua that they would call Thursday, moving forward, of course, to the Friday, right? But in the Numbers, chapter 23, verses 13 to 26, in the fifth Chamishi Aliyah, in the fifth reading, Balak, right, the fretful Moabite king, right? He took Bilaam, this cursing prophet, or this prophet for hire, right? Bilaam, who, interesting, ironically, knew of Yahweh, right? Took him to the summit of Pisgah, right? Once offered a bull and a ram on each of 7 altars. So there was this whole thing about the 7, talking about the number 7, the Shabua, Sheva, right? Shabua, Sheba, Sheba, right? So the whole 7s, right? He once offered a bull and a ram on each of the 7 altars. So he had Bilaam, right, this soothsayer, right, or cursing prophet, right, who knew of Yahweh, right? Let's just point that out right there, right? Balaam told him to do 7 altars, and now they're on the place called Bamot Baal. The place they're at is Bamot Baal. Baal like Baal, Baal, right? Baal in the Hebrew means owner and husband. It's basically a title, but for other peoples, the heathen, Philistines and others, and the Moabites, they worshiped their high god they called Baal, right, and became their god, their idol, right, their other god. So took them up to the place that was called Bamot Baal. Bamot is high places of Baal, high places of the husband, high places of the owner, high places of Baal, right? And he had him make 7 altars. Now, on this Bamot Baal, they were able to overlook, right, and see the Israelite camp, right? There's a particular interesting picture. We've shown it before, but there's an interesting picture where you'll see, like, it's like 2 people are like in the cleft of a rock and they're overlooking like a camp below. And in the camp below, you'll see the camp is formed like in the shape of the Tav, of the Hebrew tav or tau. In paleo, it looks like an X or a T, right? A plus sign, actually like a plus sign. When it's done, the true cross, like a plus sign, is equal, right? More or less, right? The X, the T, right? So you see the whole camp, right, of Israel with the holy place in the center and the 12 tribes on the four sides, right, of the tabernacle and camp. And they're overlooking, right, the tabernacle and camp. And it's an interesting view right there, but that's the view. We'll try to bring it out, hopefully, as we go forward in this study so we can kind of show you. Because sometimes it's good to kind of get that view. So when you read and say, oh, okay, that's what was going on, right? When he took him up to the summit of Pisgah, right, to the high places, right, to Baal, right? And here he had him, make, 7 altars. And on each of the 7 altars, note what the sacrifice was. It was a bull and a ram. Right? Now we can ask questions like why a bull and a ram, but then also understand that even in the offerings at the tabernacle, there were the bull and the ram. Right? Perhaps by studying that, we can get some kind of idea. Remember that Balaam, according to what we have in the text, right? He knew that Yahweh, right, was the high God. That's what's interesting about the Psalm 19. Because Psalm 19, when it says the heavens declare the glory of God, Hashemayim misaparim kabod el. Hashemayim, the heavens, misaparim, they relate, they narrate, they declare, they tell. Kavod, the glory of, the gravity of El. So the word glory can also refer to gravity in the sense of weight, heaviness, idea, right? But the kavod of El. So the true gravity is the Almighty, just to point that out right there. But here, Hashemayim misaparim kavod El. Right? The heavens declare the glory of El. I point that out because when we get into how Balaam references God, it's kind of interesting. It's in the old kind of patriarchal sense, right? So what we have among Balaam, is we have truly one who could be of the Abrahamic faith, but not the straight faith as continued in the revelations through Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and the tribes and Moshe, as we have here, but kind of still having some of the Abrahamic traces. Because Balaam, when he refers to Elohim, he's referring to Yahweh. And it's Yahweh who commandeers his mouth, right, that he cannot curse, but commandeers his mouth to bless, right? So once again, Balaam asked Balak, right, to wait while Balaam went off alone to seek a manifestation. Basically, he told, like, his client, Balak, just wait here for a moment. I got to go, like, check the boss. He had to check what Yahweh says, right? So he went alone for a manifestation. And once again, Eloheinu, right, told him what to say. So I think there's like, 3-4 oracles, right? And in each of them, basically, Yahweh put these words in his mouth. That's why Balaam even says, right, to his credit, right, he says, I can't go beyond what Yahweh says to me right here, right? Balaam returned and told Balak, and this is a paraphrase of the translation, my message was to bless. When he blesses, I cannot reverse it. No harm is in sight for Jacob, no woe in view for Yisrael. It's another way of bringing out the standard translation, right? Right? And Yahweh, he goes on to say, Yahweh, their Elohim, right, is with them. So that Emmanuel, that God with us. Here, Yahweh, their Elohim, is with them. Then Balak, right, told Balaam at least not to bless them. You know, so Balak was like, okay, I hear what you're saying because you also are dealing with Yahweh as well. I get it, but can can you not bless them? That's what Balak was like. Can you not bless them? At least say okay, I get it, right? But can you not just stop blessing them? But Balaam, you know, he replied that he had to do whatever Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, directed. So this here is for the 5th day's Aliyah right here, right? And of course, we're moving forward to the 6th, right? So let's just touch on this. So we're going to play the audible, at least the 5th and 6th, since it's a new day, Friday coming forward, the Shabbat almost here. Numbers 23, verse 27 to 24:13. In the Sheshi Aliyah, the 6th reading, Balak, right, took Bilaam to the peak of Peor, right? The gap, and once offered a bull and a ram on each of 7 altars. So you notice that in each of these spots they be going to, right? These high places, they have 7 altars, the 7, you know, because a lot of people, oh, 7 is so spiritual, and yeah, but notice this here, right? So he was offering a bull and a ram, one on this altar, one on that, on all the 7 altars. Balaam, seeing that it pleased Elohim to bless Yisrael. Now notice, from the very beginning, Balaam was told, don't go. Don't curse Israel. Why? Ki Baruch Hu. Because Israel is Baruch, is blessed. Right? But he keeps going. He keeps trying to go along, even though he's told that. That's why, in a new covenant sense and elsewhere, it shows how he ran greedily. Because you have to remember that Balak keeps saying to him, listen, I will promote you. I will make you rich. I will do all of this, you know, for you. If you could just curse them, just curse them. Just stab them up with words. Stab them with words. Right? Interesting, right? Because the thing that Balaam and the children of Israel had in common is, we could say, a relationship with Yahweh, right? That's why when we read it further in the narrative in the 6th reading, Balaam, he sees that it pleases Elohim, Eloheinu, our Elohim, to bless Yisrael. It pleases El to bless Yisrael, right? Go figure. Immediately, he turned to the Israelites and blessed them. Right? And this is interesting here. I got to bring this out. There is this part that has come into Yehudi, Jewish and Judaic worship, right? From the time of Moshiach and even from before the time of Moshiach, right? And it's a part that we say sometime in congregational worship based on the words that Yahweh had placed in the mouth of Bilaam, right? You know, to oppose Balak, right? Who wanted Bilaam to curse. And the part is how fair, how beautiful, how comely, how amiable are your tents, O Jacob, your dwellings, O Israel, right? And then furthermore, they, speaking about Israel, shall devour enemy nations, that Israel shall eat up, consume, eat up, devour enemy nations, crush their bones. That means Israel will destroy the structure, right? The structure of their government. The bones is like the structure of our bodies, the bones, the structure, right? Will crush their bones and smash the arrows, right? And make the arrows, their weapons, be of no effect. No weapon that is formed against I and I. Check. Blessed are they who blesses you, right? And accursed, damned, right? Like we would say, like damned is only like we would say effed, right? Damn, remember this is stabbing with words. Accursed, right? They who curse you. Now in rage, Balak is going mad, right? This Moor, was he a Moor or a Moabite? Or technically he was a Moabite. Are the Moors really Moabites? So what about this Balak here, right? In rage, Balak, he complained and he dismissed he dismissed Bilaam. He said, like, get out my face, man. I'm tired of this. We're going over here. You have me going over there. You have me making these altars over here. You go and do the sacrifice. Then you coming back and you just keep blessing them over and over. Not just, you didn't curse them one time. Yo, Balak, black, right? And that's interesting because most of the Moors will say they're not black. But here we have a Moabite or, quote, Moorish king. That's name is Balak. Say it fast enough, it sounds like black, right? So Black complained, and dismissed Bilaam. Get out of my face. I'm tired to see you. You know, so these are two aliyot right here. Namely, right, Numbers, right? We're going from Numbers chapter 23, verse 13 to 26, right? And 27 to Numbers 24, 13, right here. Just to get this in right here, Shema. So we're going to 5th and 6th aliyah. Here.
Shema Israel, Shema Rastafari. Here for the 5th, the Hamishi aliyah for this Shabbat, Balak. Here picking up with the 4th book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Numbers chapter 23. Here at verse 13 for the Hamishi aliyah. Balaam, the prophecy from Pisgah, the justification and power of Israel. Here for the Hamishi aliyah, Numbers chapter 23, here at verse 13. Yomer Elayo Balak, Likana iti illa makom acher asher tirenu mishama etes katzehu tire with kulolo tire with kabno li misham. Here for the Hamishi aliyah. And Balak said to him, come, I pray thee, with me to another place from whence thou mayest see them. Thou shalt see them, but the uttermost part of them, and shalt not see them all. And curse me them from thence, from there. And he brought him into the field of Zophim, to the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. And he said to Balak, stand here by thy olah, thy burnt offering, while I meet Yahweh yonder. And Yahweh Jehovah, the Yahweh met Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, go again to Balak. And say like this. And when he came to him, behold, he stood by his olah, his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. And Balak said to him, what hath the Yahweh spoken? And he took up his parable, and said, rise up, Balak, and hear, hearken to I, thou son of Zippor. God, El, is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. Hath he said, and shall he not do it? Or hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Get good. Behold, I have received commandment to bless, and he hath blessed, and I cannot reverse it. He hath not beheld iniquity in Yaakov and Jacob, neither hath he seen perverseness in Israel. Yahweh Jehovah, Yahweh, his Elohim is with him, and the shout of a king is among them. And brought them out of Egypt. He has, as it were, the strength of a unicorn. Surely there is no enchantment against Yaakov, neither is there any divination against Yisrael. According to this time, this hour, it shall be said of Yaakov and of Yisrael, what hath El wrought? Behold, the people, Ha'am, shall rise up as a lion. Great lion, and lift up himself as a young lion. He shall not lie down until he eat of the prey and drink the blood of the slain. And Balak said to Balaam, neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam answered and said to Balak, told not I thee, saying, all that the Yahweh speaketh, that I must do. Here, for the Sheishi, Aliyah, for this Shabbat Balak, here for Book of Moshe, Hebrew book that's called Numbers chapter 23, here, give here. Here at verse 27, Numbers 23, verse 27 for the Sheishi, for the 6th Aliyah, offering up Anaphora, for this Shabbat Balak, the Sheishi Aliyah. Why Omer Balak illa bil Ama, Elikana, Ek Acheka, illa Makom Achira, Ulaya Yishar, Be'ainei Elohim, We'akaboto Liya Misham. Here for the Sheishi Aliyah, Bilam, Balaam, the prophecy from Peor, first item, the beauty and order of Yisrael, the IT, the beauty and the order of Yisrael. For the Sheishi Aliyah, Numbers 23, verse 27, and Balak said to Balaam, Lekana, come, I pray the I will bring the to another place. Peradventure, perhaps it will please High Elohim, the true good, the true God, that thou, the I, mayest curse me, them from thence, from there. And Balak brought Balaam to the top of Peor, that looketh toward Jeshimon. And Balaam said to Balak, build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 bullocks and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. Here. Fourth Book of Moshe, Hebrew book, called Numbers chapter 24. And when Balaam saw that it pleased Yahweh, Jehovah, to bless Israel, he went not, as at other times, to seek for enchantments, but he set his face toward the wilderness. Toward the Midbar. And Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Israel abiding in his tents, according to their tribes. And the spirit of Elohim came upon him. And he took up his parable, and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, hath said, and the man whose eyes are open hath said. He hath said, which heard the words of El, which heard Imre El, the words of El, which saw the vision of Shaddai, the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. How goodly are thy tents, O Yaakov, and thy tabernacles, O Yisrael, as the valleys they are spread forth, as gardens by the riverside, as the trees of lean aloes, which the Yahweh hath planted, and as cedar trees beside the waters. He shall pour the water out of his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters, and his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. El brought him forth, for word Mitzrayim, out of Kemet, out of Gibet, out of Egypt. He has, as it were, the strength of an unicorn. He shall eat up the Goyim, the nations his enemies, and shall break their bones and pierce them through with his arrows. He lay down as a lion, and as a great lion. He lay down as a lion, and as a lioness. Who shall rouse him up? Kara'a, Shakav, Ka'ari, Ukalabi, Mi, Yikimenu. He lay down as a lion and as a lioness. Who shall stir him up? Blessed is he that blesseth thee, and cursed is he that curseth thee. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he smote his hands together. Hey, and Balak said to Balaam, hey, I called thee to curse mine enemies, and behold, thou hast altogether blessed them these 3 times. Therefore now flee thou to thy place. I thought to promote the eye to great honor, but lo, the Yahweh hath kept thee back from honor. And Balaam said to Balak, spake I not also to thy messengers when thou sentest to me, saying, If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the commandment of the Yahweh to do either good or bad of mine own mind. But what the Yahweh Yahweh Jehovah saith, that will I think, that will I think, that will I think, that will I think, that will I think. Give right here for the Shabi'i.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Yes. Well, the seventh is the last aliyah right here for the Shabbat day. Might touch on that, but right here, just in what we have before. Did you pick up on that? You have to do a re-record again, but that's from an older recording right there. In verse 9, he couched, he lay down as a lion, and then it says as a great lion, right? A great lion. And we say, well, actually as a lioness. And also I've confirmed this, with a cross scriptural study, even in the Metzaf Kedus, the Book of the Seven Seals, the Authorized Revised Amharic Bible, and then also other manuscripts. So mainly here in the Hebrew right here, right? In the Mesoratawi Kwankwa Kara, Shakav, Ka'ari, right? And he couched down, Shakav, or lay down, Kara, right? Kara is like kneel, to bow, to bend, right? Like kneel, to kneel down to rest of animals, kneeling in reverence, that sense of bowing, right? The form of the word for bowing, kara, right? He couched down, or crouched, does he crouch? Kara, crouched down, crouching lion, right? A primitive root, Afro-Semitically, right? To bend the knee, right? To bend, kara, right? By the implication, this is implied a sense of to sink or to like prostrate, right? To prostrate. So here, this verse 9, Numbers chapter 24, 9, kara, shakava ka'ariya, ukalavi, right? Mi yikemenu, who will rouse him up? Mi yikemenu. Who's gonna rouse him up, like stir him up, cause him to like kind of get up, right? To kum, mi yikemenu. Here in the sense of the verb right here, the he feel sense, kimenu, right? From the kum, yikimenu, right? He to rouse him up, me yikimenu. Who is he that's going to cause him to rise, to raise up, kind of to get up, right? Here it says me barakeka, right? Baruch, right? With or reka aror. With or reka aror. So here, just bringing out this verse here. Let's do this here now. Just bring this. Let's actually compare these verses, because this is going to be necessary right here, so we can have it on one page right here. So right here, the KJV, traditional King James Version, is he couched or crouched, right? Couch here for couch or crouch, right? He lay down. Kara, shakav, kara, he crouched down, bent down. Shakav, he lay down, right? Ka'ari, as an ari. So in the Hebrew, ari, right? Ari, someone say ari. Here we have the ari. Let's bring it out. The ari, ka'ari. So there's two forms, the short form ari, the longer form Arya. Ari. And we have the name Ariel. Yes, Ariel, the Lion of El, of God of Almighty. Here we have Ari, Arye, right? Lion. Basic word for lion, right? Ari, Arye. Some say it's from the Arah, in Hebrew to pluck, to gather, right? To pluck, to gather. But here, in the sense of violence. But here we have the word, the Hebrew term for Ari, right? Ari in the two forms, and Aryeh, like Aryeh mi Yehuda. Aryeh mi Yehuda, the Lion of Judah in the Hebrew. Aryeh mi Yehuda. Aryeh, the lion, right? Mi, right, from Yehuda. Aryeh mi Yehuda. Aryeh mi Yehuda. Aryeh mi Yehuda. Aryeh mi Yehuda. Right, the lion of or from Judah. But here we have Ka'ari, as a lion, right? U kalavi, u and k like lavi, u kalavi, u kalavi. What is a lavi? Lavi, right? We have lavi, labia, right? Here we have actually lioness. Here we have lioness. Let's scroll down here, right? You see where it says properly, right? Properly, right? It can be used, but then in Hebrew, sometimes the gender will change if it's using this in the sense of lion on a certain level. But here it's speaking about a lioness. The difference between the lion and the lioness from the ancient, from the Hebrew, is that both of them, right, are lions, a cat of the feline, but the male lion is more of a roarer, like roars. The male lion's a roarer, right? While properly the lavi here is the lioness. The lioness doesn't roar as much, on average, as the lion, but as it says here, properly a lioness as the fiercer, the fiercer. So the lioness, like, get caught by a group of male lions, they'll tear you up, but they'll roar a lot. You're going to get a lot of roar, right? But the female lions, they're going to be a lot of tearing, right? Fiercer, right? Although the female lion is not a roarer. Now, this is very interesting because often in the translation it says great lion, right? Great lion. Nothing in the root of that really brings out the sense of great lion. But then again, we're talking about 400 years ago. We're talking about the 17th century. We're in the 21st century today. 17th century KJV translation. Upgrading it, right, properly. Ukalavi is an as a lavi, and as a lioness. Ukalavi, ukalavi. They, now here, this is false right here. But you see, the NET that says they crouch, you see what it says they? The Hebrew says he, right? He crouch, right? Kara, right? Shakav, kara, shakav, right? He crouch, shakav, he lay down, right? Ka'ari, as a lion, and like lavi, and as a lioness. Me yikmenu, who will cause him to raise up, right? Me yikmenu, right? Then he says, blessed, mebarekeka baruch, blessed is the one, right, who blesses you, right? And curse, right, is the one who aror. Here use the word arar, like to damn. That the one who want to damn you, let them be damned. You know what I'm saying? The one who want to stab you with words, let them be stabbed with words. It's a Hebrew sense right here. We broke that down in the previous, but this, the NHEB, brings it out more better. Once again, the Tanakh, as you see on the bottom, we have the Kara Shakav Ka'ari, Uka Lavi, Miyikamenu, Me Barakika Baruch, We Ore Reka, Aror. So Aror, be cursed. And the one who curses you, Oreka, the one who Oreka you, we Oreka, right? May they be Aror. May they be Aror. May they be cursed. Right? The one who curses you, but the one who me barakeka, and the one who barakeka you, may they be Baruch. May they be blessed. Right? So now here, the translation, he couched, he lay down, as a lion is more better, according to the Hebrew, kara, shakav, ka'ari, kara, shakav, ka'ari, right? But it's off on this point when it says as a lioness. The Hebrew says and uklavi, ukalavi, and k like lavi. So there I would differ with the NHEB. I like that part. He couched, he lay down as a lion. That's good there. That's good with the Tanakh and with the biblical Masoretic Hebrew, karak, shakav, ka'ari, right? But then when it says as a lioness, it should say and as a lioness, and as a lioness, right? So it shows how is he, but also he, right? That lion, the Lion of Judah, right? Also has the queen is there. So the feminine is still under that umbrella of he. If you understand what the verse in the ancient Hebrew is bringing out. So they say as a lioness. I like the translation, but I can't ignore the fact it should be and, right? Ukalavi, and ukalavi, and as a labia, lion, lioness, lavia, right? Labia, and as a lioness, who shall rouse him up? So, of course, the verse here is pointing to he is he, and she is with he. That's what it's saying. But she is under his, umbrella. Like it says, like the head of every woman, the proper order, the head of every woman in the way, the truth, and the life. Let's say it like that. Not just everywhere, but in the way, the truth, and the life is the man, and the head of the man is Moshiach, the Kohen Gadol, Yeshua, is the high priest, and the head of Moshiach, right, is Elohim Ha'ab, is Yahuwah. So right here, everyone who blesses you, or one who blesses you, me barakeka, me barakeka, one who blesses the ka, the I male, Baruch, blessed is blessed. The one who empowers you to prosper is empowered to prosper. And with oreka, and the one who damns you, like kind of curses you to failure. You almost like somebody, you'll never be nothing. You know what I'm saying? You'll never be nothing. You'll never do nothing. You're from nothing. You are nothing. That is the curse. That's the Hebrew sense of what we're talking right here. And also, in essence, what Balak was asking for, right, from this soothsayer or this quote prophet, this cursing prophet, because it's no doubt he was known to do this, and it worked in other cases. And so Balak said, "Hey, I hire the same guy." But for the one to be cursed here is Yisrael. It's a no-go. It's a no-go, right? And that's what Balaam basically is saying. Balaam is a funny character, but here, we have to credit what he says here because what he said is credit worthy. His advice and counsel later on, fire upon that, right? But here it's just bringing out and reinforcing certain principles. So I just want to bring this out for y'all right here, right? So the oreka, right, from ara is the base word. Oreka, orer is like one who curses, one who curses or stabs you with words. You know what I mean? Like they are seeking to disempower you. The one who tries to disempower you from prosperity or from prospering, right? You know how words are. People can say, I've heard this all my life, and it rings in your ear, because whoever said it, said it, you know what I mean? And that there is one form of curse according to Hebrew. There's at least 3 to 4 different words in the Hebrew that is all translated as curse. So we're seeking to put this in its proper context, right? To curse, right here, to curse. They don't bring it out too much here, but when we look at the kabab, that's also used as a word for curse, that brings out what the aror is. So aror, in a way, is like to say, like, like damned. Let me see if I can do this right here. Hold on for a moment. Let me see if I can do this right here and kind of show you something. Let's put on the translate. All right. All right. So you see it right there where it says the Hebrew, right? Aurora, Aurora, right? It says a curse, right? In the English. Let's see if we take this off right here. And let me put damn, right? Right, damn, right? And let me go, right? Let me go, right? Okay, let me change this up right here to Hebrew. So let me flip it around. Right? Right? Okay, now they use this. Okay, here this is Lazazel. This is interesting. Lazazel, Lazazel, Lazazel. Remember Azazel? Remember the scapegoat? The Azazel, the scapegoat. So in Hebrew, to say like tell somebody to go to hell or whatever, it's like Lazazel. It's like to Azazel, like to Azazel, to Azazel. So in some senses, to say damn, like damn, right? Let's see if we change this up to say something like damn fool, right? I want to see if I could bring out the word right here. All right, okay. Tipesh, Tipesh, Aurora. Tipesh, Tipesh, Tipesh is like fool. Tipesh, 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 Aurora. So here we have it in this form, Tipesh, Aurora. Right? Let us see if we can. Let's see. Let's scroll back here. Let's go here. Okay. I'm gonna have to kind of bring it out like another way for you. So it's a second word. It's a second word right there, Aurora. I don't know if you can see. It's kind of small right there. So um let's see. Let's see. Let me try one more thing. Let me try one more thing. Damn him. Let me say damn him. See what damn him comes out to. Right. Okay. Wow. It says Lazazel Ito. Lazazel to Azazel to the scapegoat, to the scapegoat, to Azazel, right? Ito, him, to the scapegoat, literally to scapegoat him. But notice how the scapegoat idea is connotatively in the Hebraicism, like saying hell and like damn, right? Remember, that's on the scapegoat that all the sins of Israel is like put, right, and then it's sent away. You know what I mean? So yeah. But I notice that sometimes in the Hebrew, like the English like to use bloody, like everything is bloody this or bloody that, right? Bloody, right? And let me see if bloody, right? There we go, Aurora. So now you see in the Hebrew column, the Hebrew letters are Aurora, right? Bloody, like you bloody fool, right? You bloody this, you bloody that. Let me put the word fool, right? Let's see what comes out right here, right? Bloody fool, yeah. Here it says Tipesh Aurora. So remember, we looked up damn fool, and it was Tipesh, right? Tipesh is fool. Tipesh Aurora is like to say damned or to say cursed. So like a cursed fool. So in the literal sense, a curse or cursed fool, right? But this is brought out in usage, like in English today, when somebody says you bloody this, right? Or you damn that, right? But in the active sense, this is like to say to disempower somebody. It's like, it has been said among the lost sheep sometimes, ones will say, you'll never be nothing, like this person or like you're that or like you're this. Yes, amongst the lost sheep, in this captivity, they have said, like, you never be nothing like your father. Some people might have heard that. You know what I mean? Yeah, but that's a kind of a way of stabbing somebody with words. So notice how that is a curse in the real active sense, because you've heard you'll never be nothing, right? Or you're nothing, you'll never be nothing. You know what I mean? Faith comes by what? By hearing. You see what I'm saying? By hearing. Notice that where they built these altars, they built the altars on the Bamot, on the high place, Bamot Baal, right? And the high place was overlooking, right, Yisrael. So I found it right here to show y'all. This is what I was talking about with the cross, right? Let's go over here. So this is similar to the scene that we have here, Chabarim, right? The scene, right? Now, I don't know who the two people over there in the corner are. It don't really look like Balak and Baal unless one was like very short. or something like that. I'm not too sure. One seems like maybe a child, but I don't know. But this is that kind of scene. This picture, you often find it in the Balak and Balaam incident, right? This is where he's overlooking. Remember, he's overlooking the camp, and then as he sees that Yahweh is intent, right, on blessing the children of Israel, we get to see Balaam, he changes up, right, his rhetoric. And then he says something right over here to take it from here, go back to our text right here, right, just touching on these two aliyot, the day going and the day coming, right, aliyot, Torah portion. Where's the part? Yeah, there we go. This is the part that comes up in the Yehudi Seder, right? And we say this during different prayer, right? Like communal, collective prayer times. You know what I mean? How goodly are thy tents, O Jacob, right? Thy tabernacles, O Yisrael. And then we also find this in one of the Psalms, right? I think in one of the Psalms, the same verse. Whoa. It's Psalm 82. Psalm 80, no, Slicha. Psalm 87, right? Slicha na is Psalm 87, right? Because Slicha is the way, the other Israelites say it, but Slicha is more of the correct Afro-Semitic way. But be that as it may, right? In Psalm, we're going to talk about, what is it, Psalm 87. You remember Psalm 87? All right, anybody got Psalm 87? All right, you got Psalm 87? Read. You need to get a reader, right? Read. Here we go, right here, right? It says a psalm of the sons of Korah. Interesting, right? Psalm 87, a song. His foundations in the holy mountain, right? Oh, we're talking about Yahweh loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. It's similar in this sense right here. Very important psalm, because that's the same psalm that says, with Ethiopia, this man, right? This is born there, right? Here it says, Ma Tovu. This is often called in modern Judaism the Ma Tovu. They say with the Ma Tovu, the modern pronunciation Ma Tovu. Ma Tovu. An ancient pointing, Ma Tobu. Ma Tobu. Ma Tobu. Ma Tovu. Mat obu o haleka. Mat ovu aholecha. Aholecha. Aholeka. Aholeka is like tents, right? Thy tents. So ma, what? So in the Hebrew, we literally what tobu, right? What tobu? What goods? What like goodness? Tobu, right? What goods? Right? It has a kind of an interesting like what pleasantness, what goodly, right? Mat obu ohaleka is your ohel, right? Is your tents. Aholeka are your tents, right? Remember your habitations, your tents, right? But notice also this can be speaking even in the plural sense of the tent or the tabernacle. Remember, the tabernacle is one place, but it's a three-in-one place. The Trinity, the Hebrew Trinity, 3-in-1. We got the outer court, right? And then we have the tent, and the tent has two parts. Has the first room, right? The holy place, and then the Kodesh HaKodashim, then the Holy of Holies, right? So when we look at the tabernacle, understand the tabernacle, it is one place, but it's 3-in-1. Even the ark is like that. Oh, there we go. You see it right there on the screen? The Mat Ovu, right? Ohaleka Yaakov Mishkanoteka, right? Mishkanoteka. Here. It says Ma Tobu Ohaleka. How goodly, how good, right? Here we bring it up. How good, right? Is your tents, Yaakov, O Jacob, right? Mishkanoteka. Mishkanot. Remember, the tabernacle is called the Mishkan, right? He says, let them build me a Mishkan. Mishkan. So the word for tabernacle, right? Mishkan, right? The Mishkan. And what is the Mishkan? Is a dwelling place. It comes from the word shakan, right? And it's also the dwelling place of his soul, his psyche, of she, right? Called the Shekinah. So you hear about the Shekinah. Shekinah properly does not refer to he, but his psyche, when it says, even his soul will abhor this one, right? Or his soul will not check for that one, right? The Shekinah, right? The Shekinah that dwells, right, with Yahweh, who shakans, right, in the Mishkan. So the shakan, right? Shakan, the verb here, shakan, to settle down or to dwell, to tabernacle. The word became flesh and tabernacle. So we have the sense of the tents, right? So right here, the second part, mishkanoteka. So here this is plural, mishkanot. Mishkanot is more than one mishkan. Mishkan, one, mishkanot, more than one. Mishkanoteka, the I male dwelling places. The I male dwelling places, right? Or tabernacles to say. Mishkanoteka Yisrael, 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 oh Israel. So this often is said in prayer and worship found in the Siddur, right? Kind of interesting, right? That it comes from right here, right? Ma tobu, o haleka Yaakov mishkanoteka Yisrael. So right here, bring this one out. Now it's interesting, right? Because it's roughly around, there's a verse, right? Oh yeah, here go the first verse in chapter 24. And when Balaam saw that it pleased, get this, when he saw it pleased Yahweh to bless Israel. Well, didn't Yahweh already tell him don't go? When he told him like what are these men here for? And he says, oh, for such and such and such. And he says, no, right? Don't go, right? Don't curse Israel because they are blessed, right? Ki Baruch who? They are Baruch. They're blessed, they're prospered, they're empowered to prosper. Don't disempower them, right? Don't disempower them from prosperity, right? Don't stab them with words, right? And when Bilaam, you see how that connects with the Lashon Hara, the Lashon, the evil tongue, right? And when Bilaam saw that it pleased Yahweh to bless Israel, he went not. Oh, now remember from the very beginning, Yahweh said, don't go. But anyway, we're here now, right? Chapter 24. He went not. So he had to see something, right? Remember, that's why later on he says the man whose eyes, like his eyes are open wide shut, right? Right over here. Here we go, verse 3 and verse 4. And he took up his mashal, he took up his proverb, he took up his parable, right? And said, Balaam, the son of Beor, have said. Notice how, when it's over to honor thy father and, thy mother, but you notice right here, that a lot of names of ones, even David was the Ben Yeshai. David was Ben Yeshai, or to say son of Jesse, Ben Yeshai. Like this son of so and so. We have that even among the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, the Israelites of Ethiopia. Like Wolde Mekonnen, right? Teferi Wolde, son of Mekonnen, right? So here we notice how these names, Dawid, Ben Yeshai, we have Balak, right? Ben Zippor. So now when Balaam takes up this parable, he says, Balaam, the son of Beor. It's interesting. We don't do that no more, right? It's like, who's your daddy? Forget about your daddy. You don't know your daddy. You see, we're under the times of the curse, the consequence. So come out of her, come out of it, my people. Balaam, the son of Beor, have said, the man whose eyes are open have said. When do you read things like some of us do? We read it, we get the main idea, then we go over it because something about it is kind of curious. Something about this is curious right here. The first curious part is that he's saying, speaking of himself in the third person, right? Balaam, the son of Beor, you know what I mean? Have said. Now they say, oh, people speaking of themselves in the third person are crazy. Well, Yahweh is speaking of himself in the third person. Wow. Maybe this is why people don't have real spirituality. Maybe it's not really crazy. Anyway, Balaam, the son of Beor, have said, right? The man, now he says the man, he's still speaking about, isn't he speaking about himself? Right? Whose eyes are open have said. right? Notice what he has said. So notice the transition right here. There's a transition right here, right? So we have the other times that he goes and have Balaam build the 7 altars, offer a bull and a ram on each one of them. That, you know, he goes, he consults, he comes back with a blessing, you know, and Balak is just going crazy, right? But in this chapter, something very interesting is going on in this chapter, chapter 24. It's like Balaam, he saw something. Something's like, wait, I keep trying to get this bag, you know, 'cause I know that Balak, he got loot, and he said he could promote me, he could make me rich, you know, and bring me to riches and all that. I want to get that, you know. But every time I go to Yahweh to say, okay, you know, we here, we offer the sacrifice, allow me to curse Israel. A different thing comes, right? And now he gets it, because he should have got it from the very first instant, right? But he didn't get it from then. He pushes, he goes along, he gets along, he's here, and now he says the man who had his eyes shut. So in a sense, Balaam, all this time, after Yahweh told him, don't go for Israel, right? For they, right, or he is blessed, don't curse them, right? And then he goes back, they send more people, and then he goes back, and then Yahweh said, if the men call you, right, to come. The men obviously thought like, man, Balaam ain't going to do this. Let's get back to Balak, right? And they went on, but they wasn't so far away, right? So they were together, but not together. Because they were together, what's the reactions of the other men? And why does the donkey lead him like down some little narrow way? He's bumping his foot up against the wall, and all kind of crazy stuff is happening to him, right? It's like he was blind. Spiritually blind, spiritually, right? Who had his eyes shut, eyes wide shut. But now, love that expression. But now, well, such and such used to happen, but now we're going to do this. But now his eyes are opened, right? So it's based on what happens here in the first verse, that when he saw, what did he see? See, because his eyes are open, right? When he saw that it pleased Yahweh to bless Israel, he didn't go. He didn't go. He went not, right? As at other times. What other times? The other times we read in this Torah portion, to seek for enchantments, right? See, a lot of these words, enchantments, divination, you might go online and look around and they tell you it's this and that. Yeah, those are forms of what is a form of, but you still are not talking about what he's actually doing here, right? To seek for enchantments, right? But he set his face toward the wilderness. Why did he set his face towards the wilderness? Right? To seek, look, the meeting of. You see what the word to seek? The Hebrew to the meeting of, right? To seek for enchantments, or the meeting of, let's get the word here, right? Because it's at this verse here, in this aliyah, that there's a change going on. He's beginning to recognize I keep doing the same thing, right? You know, they keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result, but I'm still getting the same result, right? Oh, it doesn't please Yahweh to curse Israel. They really must be special, right? You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, here he says to seek at other times, right? Not as other times. He went not as at other times to seek for Nahash. To seek. Now you do know that the word Nahash as a noun means serpent, right? As a noun, the word Nahash is the serpent. You know, to seek for wisdom or technique, but in the active sense, it's wisdom, technique, to seek for a technique, right? A way. I got the knowledge, but maybe I need to do it in a different way to get the result, right? That's what wisdom really is in an applied form, right? Wisdom is like one may have knowledge, but they may not know how, right? So this particular Nahash here, since the noun of Nahash is divination, enchantment, but then as a thing or person in a allegorical sense, Nahash is a serpent, right? Nahash. Here we go, Nahash. Incantation or augury, right? Where it says, be wise as serpent, be wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove.
And when they would come in, they
Uh,
went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
right. Hopefully, we get to do one on this. Just kind of zoom in on this. Is a very interesting study because it's important to kind of understand, right, the key words, right, as we go to the source text, the key words, right, so we can up our even English perspective. You know what I'm saying? To what is more right and accurate. To practice divination is what they have to divine. You remember Joseph talked about this chalice. Joseph, Joseph, the son of Jacob, he has this chalice when he's in Egypt, when he's the man. Remember when he's Haish, he becomes the man in Egypt. He's the man. Israel says, yeah, the man, and the man. Haish said this, Haish said that. Even Jacob got disappointed, like, why you told Haish, told the man all these things, right? And remember the scene where the cup was put into, I think, Benjamin's sack, right? And then they try to accuse the Israelites. Joseph was, I'm not saying he was playing his games. I get to understand what he was doing. They might seem like games, but he was playing chess and they was playing checkers. You know what I'm saying? And so right here, they accuse, right, the Israelites of stealing. I like, how is this? You come in my place, I give you food and grain, and you start stealing. You stealing my chalice, my silver cup from me, and everything. And then there's this whole scene where Joseph says, do you think a man like me cannot divine? And the word underlying divine is nahash, the same word for divination here. So if one would say, oh, woo, 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 this is always, 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 absolutely always evil, right? Then one would say, well, Joseph was talking about doing evil, right? We have Laban who says the same thing. And then what about what Moshiach says, where he says, be wise as nahash, right? Be up on, you see, this word means to observe signs. It also means to learn by experience. You remember with Laban, evil Uncle Whitey? Well, that's Laban means white in Hebrew, but Laban was Jacob's uncle, right? His mother's brother, right? Remember all that Laban was doing to him, changing his wages 10 times. He worked for 14 years and couldn't even support his family. He was working, man, but he couldn't support his family because every time he had tried to get cattle, like get his payment, the sons of Laban, of evil Uncle Whitey, took the stuff, and Laban always was changing things up. He worked 7 years to marry Rachel, and then Laban at the last minute said, yo, it's not our custom to do that, because Jacob was like, why you do this to me, right? I work for Rachel, but you give me Leah, the older sister. I wanted the cutie pie, the younger sister. You know what I'm saying? And you give me, she was attractive, but not as attractive by comparison, to Rachel, right? He still did what he did. They had all those children, including Judah. So Judah, we come from the Leah. But be that as it may, what did evil Uncle Whitey say? Right? He said, it's not our custom to do this like this. And he called all his friends. So Jacob, wise, he knew I couldn't really protest in this, because you call your friends and now you tell them about your custom at the last minute when everything is said and done. So, Jacob basically took a proverbial L right there. But later on, Laban says, listen, I have learned by experience. You see the word there? Right? I've learned by experience. When you look at the Hebrew term, it's nahash. Did he learn by divination, or did he learn by experience? Right? Did he diligently observe by his observing, how Jacob was working for him, and how ever since Jacob worked for him, his business really prospered, right? His cattle was increasing, the sheep and the goat, and, everything was blessed, right? That Jacob handled, right? It increased, right? Because Jacob knew how to handle the livestock. Jacob knew how to be a husbandman. Is that why he had 4 wives? That he knew how to be a husbandman. He knew how to care for even the animals, right? And cause them to fertilize. In other words, cause them to produce. In other words, Jacob's presence and his shepherding of and cow herding, it caused the animals to become more animals, to do the business, right? And Laban is like, yo, I'm rich, right? So he said to Jacob, I've learned by experience, Nahash. right? So what does this word really mean? And is it just an evil word, right? Or is there pointed out in the scripture an evil use of it, right? In other words, their gods is not like our God. So we're to have no other God, Elohim Acharim, no other people's Elohim before our Elohim. So that means other people got their Elohim and we got our Elohim, but their Elohim have to get behind us. Like when Yeshua said, get behind me, Satan. You know what I'm saying? They have to follow, right? Not lead or be before us. So there's a distinction, a difference. You know what I mean? There is a difference to his, right? Like they have their rituals, we have our rituals. You know what I mean? Sometimes even in the ancient days, they would sacrifice offering. That means it was all the same thing. Well, they wore sandals, I wore sandals, right? So my wife wears sandals, you know, and your son wears sandals. Doesn't make your son my wife. But they both wear sandals, so what? Put it into context. So here, I think one of the best meanings of this, one of the better also here is would have prognosticate. Prognosticate is like to know the future. You know, a lot of time we be so stuck on what happened in the past, you know, oh man, the past. And it happens. We reflect, right? Or we get stuck sometimes in the past. Or we're thinking about, worried about what's going to happen in the future. And you know what's missing us? What's missing us is the moment. That's what we're missing. So in that sense, even prognosticating, right? Sometimes you may have to try to look ahead by the will and grace of the Almighty. If Elohim please, right? This is what you intend to do. You know what I'm saying? And it might be done. So if it is Elohim's will, you understand? However, you know what I'm saying? To lose the moment. I'm just want to bring that out about, you know, prognosticate, you know, but also incant. So here, when it says that he did not kir'ah, he did not go to encounter to meet, right? Kera. Now, kera is an interesting word because it does have a sense of accident. You know, like when we say something just happened, something happening, right, in the context is the Hebrew sense of accident, right? Kera, right? So another way of saying this is by to seek for enchantments or to happen upon by accident of enchantment, but to encounter, to meet, right? The meeting of, right? You know, this nahash, this divination, his chanting and his trying to project, you know, right? The future, to kind of know the future. Pro, before, Gnostic, Gnosticate come from Gnostic, and Gnostic come from Gnosis, and Gnosis is knowledge. Remember that Bilaam, he had some knowledge of Yahweh, right? But then it says right here, when he saw that it pleased not, right? That it was not told, right? Notice the word here, ein tov. It was not the good eye. Did you know that that's what it says right here? The word please is not really the word please. In the Hebrew, it's they don't even bring it out here. I got to bring it out. Right? Ein tov. Right? Ein is I. You see the word ein is I. And it was not ein tov. Right? Ein tov. It was not good, tov. Right? So we have tov verah. Ra is evil. Lashon hara, evil speech, the evil tongue, the tongue like a snake, a serpent. Tov ra, right? And then we have tov, good, right? And then ein. So in the Hebrew, right, we have the ein tov, the good eye, and then we have the ein ra. The ein ra is the evil eye, right? The evil eye, which is interesting because that leads us to a whole other level of study right there. But I'm gonna seal it up right here because we've been at it for a moment, right? But this is just breaking down and building so that we can then go over the narrative of what we are learning, right, and putting into context. So basically, when he saw, right, that it was not good in the eyes of Yahweh, it was not in the good eye. You know, when you look at somebody with the evil eye, like always thinking the worst, right? Always seeing it in the worst way possible, right? Or how it's not beneficial. It's almost like the curse in a sense, right? Or if you see it in the good eye, right? That here he saw it now with the good eye. That means that he was attempting, right? Because remember, someone is asking you to curse. So therefore, upon that which you curse, you're not looking with the good eye, right? The good perspective. You're seeking to project the negative perspective. You see what I'm saying? But now in verse 1 of Numbers 24, when Balaam saw that it not pleased, right, but that it was not in the ein. You see the eye? Ein is a physical eye. Ein. The ein, physical eye. Ein is the physical eye. Also the eye shows mental qualities, right? And the eye, right, even in the Hebrew sense, the mental and the spiritual faculties. So he was seeing it with the mental and the spiritual faculties, right? Previously of Ra, right? Of evil, unpleasantness, bad, misfortune, right? And now when he saw that it pleased, that it was in the good eye, right? Of Yahweh, that Yahweh is responding with all the baraka and all that's the good eye, right? That's the good, you could say, mental and spiritual faculties, right? Right? To bless Yisrael, right? That he changed up the way he's doing things, right? And didn't do as he had did at other times. But look what it says. He set his face toward the wilderness, which is interesting. He changed his direction, right? His direction of prayer, right? Was Balaam and Abdu? Was Balaam and Abdu? Was he a Abdullah? Was he a Abdu? Right? Just want to ask that question. Because here he sets his face, right, toward the wilderness. That means that he did not set his face toward the Midbar. The wilderness is where the people are, right? And then Balaam lifted up his eyes and he saw Yisrael, right? So in the point of view that he saw Yisrael, let's put it on light right here, right? Go to verse 2. So he lifted up his eyes, right? And he saw Yisrael. So he saw that Yahweh's perspective was different. It says that he don't see things like we see things. His perspective is different. And when he started to see it in the POV. So here, Balaam is seeing it in the POV, the point of view of the Almighty. That's a lot of our problem, is that we see things, but we really don't see it how Yahweh sees it, right? Get his perspective, his point of view, his face, his grace, right? But now he turns his face, he lifts up his face, right, towards the wilderness, right? And he sees Yisrael, right? This is a kind of a word picture, right, that he is describing, because the Torah reading up until now, it gives us this description. So from what we read in the text, we could draw a kind of a diagram, something like this, to bring out a description, right, to see it, right? So he lifts up his face to the wilderness, right, and he lifts up his eyes, and then he saw Yisrael abiding, tabernacling, dwelling according to their tribes, right? And the spirit of Elohim came upon him. Look at that. So all other times he went to kind of make a call. He made a call, like to, he went to like a quiet place, a solitary place. Like you go about to make a call, you say, hold on for a moment, let me go. And you go on the side. So he went on the side, right, to commune, and Elohim came to me and put that blessing, put the word on him, right, in all the previous examples. And now he's seeing Israel dwelling in their tribes and their order, right? You see all the order of the tribes listed on the side of the pics, right? Like right over here. You see them? You see Judah? You see Judah right there? Judah right there, tribe of Judah, right at the entrance to the camp, right? Right at the entrance. Well, in the front position, right? In the east, right? In the east position. And then you see all around the other tribes, right? You see all around the other tribes. Don't have the full right here, sort of a close up, right? But all the other tribes, right? Round about. He sees that good order, right? And he's probably thinking, this is the one that Balaam is that Balak is asking me to curse, right? And the spirit, but notice now, when he turns his perspective to see it in the good eye of Yahweh and see it with the good eye, right, of the mental and the spiritual faculties, right? Notice what happens. The spirit, the ruach, right, the spirit of Elohim came up on him. Now notice, we don't find the spirit of Elohim coming upon him in any of the previous examples, but now it's come upon him, and he took up his parable, his proverb, right? And this is what he said. His eyes are now opened, right? Because that revelation up there, right? His perspective changed. He said, wait, I'm gonna keep doing the same thing over and over, right? I'm expecting to be maybe able to curse them, but every time I have to bless them. I keep blessing them. And my client, right, Balak, the Moabite son of Zippor, king, you know what I mean? He is so pissed off. He's not gonna hit me off. I'm wasting my time. Like, imagine you working, right, and you're not gonna get paid for it, right? He's looking to get paid for it. Right? That's what we call him, a prophet for hire, right? This soothsayer, right? He's looking to say something. That's what come and say this, soothsay it, right? Throw soot on them, throw dirt on them. Come on, say it, right? And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, right? The son of Beor have said, the man whose eyes are open have said, right? So it's him saying this, but it's like an oracle coming through him, right? He have said, right? Which heard the words, right, of God. Another point about the psalm we have here, Psalm 19 in the season, is that when he speaks this, he speaks it not in God as Elohim so much, but God as El, not as Elohim or Eloah, right, or the other form, but as El, in the root sense, like the Almighty, right? You can go back to the El Shaddai and Abraham and then his children from Midian. Here we get Balaam, that connection. And he have said, which heard the words of El, that saw the vision, that saw the what? Right? Mahazeh. Mahazeh is vision. The book of Revelation is called the Chazon, the vision. Mahazeh is a vision, right? Right? So the vision in an ecstatic state, right? He got the static, right? You know what I mean? The vision of the Almighty, the vision of Shaddai. Now notice how he breaks it down. That's why we say that his faith goes back to the Abrahamic, the Abrahamic kind of times, the earlier times, because these are the same key, names of Yahweh that are invoked. But notice how he breaks it down. Which have said, that heard the words of El, who saw the vision of Shaddai falling, but having his eyes open. The word into a trance is not there. The word is nafal. Nafal, the root of the word Nephilim, the fallers, but nafal just means to fall. Nafal, to fall. It can also mean to fail, right? But in this sense, the context is to fall, right? Falling, right? To fall, getting knocked out, right? Laying prostrate, right? Balaam, basically, in his attempt to curse Israel, when he finally got it, it was like Yahweh knocked him out. Bang. You know what I'm saying? Just like the Malak Yahweh was going to do to him when he came Satan, to Satan him, right? But having his eyes open, right? Like falling, you know what I mean? Nafal, right? But his eyes was open. You know what I'm saying? And this is what he says, right? How goodly are thy tents, O Jacob, thy tabernacles, O Israel. He goes on, more blessing. As the valleys are spread forth as gardens by the riverside, as the trees of lean aloes that Yahweh have planted. Look at this. He's talking about what Yahweh, with the Almighty himself, has planted, like in the beginning, right? Right? He planted a garden eastward in Eden. So Eden, this big old place. Afro-Arabia, this big old place, right? Or Afro-Arabia, Asia, this big old place, right? And then he chooses on the east side to plant a garden. Here, look what Balaam is saying in this vision. As the lean aloes, right? That Yahweh have planted, right? So Yahweh likes aloes, right? As the aloes. Let me look at this one right here, right? Ahalim, right? As I wonder when some of the other Israelites to be saying Alahayim, I'm like, are you saying Ahalim? Are you saying aloes? Right? I'm talking about Elohim, the creator. You're talking about Ahalim, aloes, aloe trees, the aloes, Ahalim, right? Alahayim. Anyway, here he says have planted and cedar trees beside the waters. But he goes on. Right? He got verses. I mean, look at these verses he has. He's spitting his parable. Right? He shall pour the water out of his buckets, his seed in many waters, and his king, talking about Yisrael, Now remember, Yisrael doesn't have a king. Yisrael would not have a king from this point in the narrative for at least almost like between 3 to 400 years, right? Roughly maybe about 340, 50 years, right? They would not have a king, right? Yisrael. But this is what the vision, right, of Bilaam is, or Balaam is right here, right? And his king, so you're the king of Yisrael, Malko, Negusu, Malko, right, shall be higher. No. Shall be higher, room, higher than Agag. Now, Agag is a whole interesting background to this, right? Agag and his kingdom shall be exalted, right? And then he goes on to say here in verse 8, he got more bars, right? He says, El, the Almighty I, Ha'el, Ha'el, right? Brought him forth Mitzrayim. He's saying the Almighty brought Israel out of Mitzrayim. I remember Mitzrayim was like America is, or Britain. Britain and America is a strong place. You know, Britain, America, Upper and Lower Egypt, but Britain and America, a strong place. You know, like a firm. I mean, this must be the God, right, that can do that, because on the earthly level, who can make war with him, right? El brought him forth Mitzrayim. He hath, as it were, the strength of a unicorn, right? Or this is another interesting point. Take note, disciples, on the rain. We got to talk about the rain. What is the rain? Is the rain really the unicorn? The rain, right? The rain, the wild bull, right? The wild bull, the unicorn, the rhinoceros. That's one horn? He shall eat up the nations. He's going to do what? Eat them up. Eat up the nations. He's going to eat up the goyim. All right. They said these people come to our first world countries just to eat up our food and eat our economy. Yes? No. Yes, Yisrael. Yes. Right? You know, he shall eat up the nations. Right? His enemies. Right? Those who hate him. The Tsar, those who distress him, those who are adversaries. You're going to eat up his adversaries, right? And shall break their bones, right? Break their systems. You know what I mean? Break their systems. You can see what's happening with the immigration. Systems are breaking down, right? That's the whole point of prophecy, right? So beyond what they're doing, there's a bigger picture of prophecy. So don't ask me whether I support immigration or not. I know what the prophecy says. So be it. I do not. I'm not going to oppose, right, his prophecy, right? So break up, right? Break their bones, break their structure, break their substance, right? And pierce through with his arrows, right? Shots fired, right? Pierce them through, smite them, shatter them, wound them severely. You know, when somebody gets wounded and it's like, yo, it's bad. They say, yo, this is bad, right? But this is going to be with Israel's arrows. Right? Then it tells us what I showed you about he crouched, right? He lay down, right? As a lion, kara, shakab, kari, right? Ukalavi, and as a lioness, or more better, right? As a lioness, not a great lion, but as a lioness. The lioness is the fierce. Lioness is fiercer. Lioness roars less than the male lion, but she's fierce. Right? So look at this. They're gonna have one that roars and will tear you up, and one that's not gonna roar but really will tear you up, right? And really tear you up. You know what I'm saying? Right? This is Israel. This is Yisrael. Right? Right? Who shall stir him up? Beta Israel. This is Yisrael, Beta Yisrael. Right? Who shall stir him up? Blessed. Right? Blessed. Right? Bless he that blesseth thee. Mebarekah, Baruch, right? And Orerika, those who Orerika are Arur, are cursed, right? And this is what we have right here, where it's a wrap. Balak is, after he heard that, he's like, oh man, yo, his anger was kindled. He smote his hands together, yeah. And said to Balaam, I call thee to curse mine enemies. Right? And behold, thou hast altogether blessed. Notice how many times the Hebrew Trinity, 3 times, right? A threefold cord is not quickly broken. And then he gives him an outgoing speech. You know what I mean? But he has one more. He has something else. This is the 3rd time. You got something else to say to him. We'll address that as we move forward. Yes, brothers and sisters and brothers, has been a full right here. Yeah. On the part that we was going to touch on, right? Yeah, we'll bring it out, right? And we'll seek to bring out maybe a little more, take selected parts of the Midrash, right? To bring out, we had played the earlier part here. Let me take this off if ones want to get a screenshot. This is the part that we would like to study right here. In fact, let me take a screenshot. I'll share it on our WhatsApp, the DSR WhatsApp, right? The opening part. We want to break it down and build so we can kind of understand, how the exegesis on scripture, right? Using scripture to explain scripture with the Holy Spirit is done. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, this part right there. Yeah. So, anyway, brothers and sisters and brothers right here, it's coming to a full. For
with stammering lips and another tongue. For with stammering lips and another tongue. For with stammering lips and stammering lips and stammering lips to this space. For with stammering lips and another tongue and another tongue to this space. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people. To whom he said, This is the rest wherewith ye may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing. Yet they would not hear, 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 would not hear.
Yes, but they would not hear. One more time on today's daily psalm right here for the outro. Shua Shalom. Shabua Tov, still the Shabua is fulfilling till we get to the 7, but Shabua Tov by Shem Yeshua in the way, the truth, and the life of the King of Kings Christ. Right here on today's daily, right? Today's daily psalm right here. I think we have a 3-in-1 right here. Let's see what we got. We got the English, right? We got the Hebrew and the Chabad chant right here. Check it. Shalom. Oh.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. Psalm 19. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward. Who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer, my Redeemer.
Look at the grass.
מזמור י"ט למנצח מזמור לדוד. השמיים מספרים כבוד אל, ומעשה ידיו מגיד הרקיע. יום ליום יביע עומר, ולילה ללילה יחווה דעת. אין אומר ואין דברים בלי נשמע קולם, בכל הארץ יצא קוום, ובקצה תבל מיליהם, לשמש שם אוהל בהם. והוא כחתן יוצא מחופתו, יסיס כגיבור לרוץ אורה. מקצה השמיים מוצאו, ותקופתו על קצותם, ואין מסתר מחמתו. תורת אדוני תמימה משיבת נפש, עדות אדוני נאמנה מחכימת פתי. פיקודי אדוני ישרים משמחי לב, מצוות אדוני ברא מאירת עיניים. יראת אדוני טהורה עומדת לעד, משפטי אדוני אמת צדקו יחדיו. הנחמדים מזהב ומפז רב, ומתוקים מדבש ונופת צופים. גם עבדך נזהר בהם, בשומרם עקב רב. שגיאות מי יבין, מן נסתרות נקני. גם מזדים חסוך עבדך, אל ימשלו בי אז אתם, וניקתי מפשע רב. יהיו לרצון אמרפי, והגיון ליבי לפניך, אדוני צורי וגואלי.
למנצח מזמור לדוד, השמיים מספרים כבוד אל, ומעשה ידיו מגיד הרקיע, יום ליום יביע עומר, ולילה ללילה יחווה דעת, אין עומר ואין דברים, בלי נשמע קולם, בכל הארץ יצא קוום, וקצה תבל מיליהם, השמש שם אוהל בהם, וכחתן יוצא מחופתו, אסיס כגיבור לרוץ אורה, מקצה השמיים מוצאו, תקופתו על קצותם, ואין נסתר מחמתו. תורת אדוני תמימה בשיבת נפש, עדות אדוני נאמנה מחכימת פתי. פיקוד אדוני ישרים משמח לב, מצוות אדוני ברא מאירת עיניים. יראת אדוני טהורה עומדת לעד, משפטי אדוני אמת צדקו יחדיו. הנחמדים מזהב ומפז רב, מדבש ונופת צופים. גם עבדך נזהר בהם, בשומרם עקב רב. שגיאות מי יבין, מנסתרות נקני. גם מזדים חסוך עבדך, אל ימשלו בי אז אתם, וניקתי מפשע רב. יהיו לרצון אמרפי, והגיון ליבי לפניך, אדוני צורי וגואלי.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Lion of Judah Society.
Look at the grass, how it make your lawns look pretty. Look at the flower, how it make your gardens look pretty too. Even when you're feeling weary, sad and low, all you gotta do is relax and feel the cool wind blow. Even when you're feeling weary, sad and low, all you gotta do is relax. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Thank you, my brethren. Lion of Judah shall break every chain.